nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face. And posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Oh, tell the world I see with an emoji to stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The NBA's All-Star Weekend came and went with a lot of flair and a semblance of some competitive basketball before it was all said and done, thankfully. Team Stars won the round-robin tournament, and Anthony Edwards was named All-Star Game MVP. Jalen Brunson, Cat, and Knicks legend Allen Houston took down the Shooting Stars on Saturday, and Dame Lillard, out with a torn Achilles, won the three-point contest, an otherwise lack of star power event with many star players opting for supporting roles, if they accepted any role at all. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver was candid with reporters during All-Star break and fully intends to address the pervasive tanking epidemic in the NBA, and all options are on the table. Can Silver fix a problem that he has come to realize that fines will not fix, or will more change lead to more headaches? And before we find out who is in like Flynn and crack a six-pack with Speedy and hear what's happening in Milan at the Winter Olympics, we will dive into friend of the show Gary Phillips' article about the overcrowded outfield in the Bronx and how The Martian and Spencer Jones may not be long for the big city, whether by demotion or by trade, on another fully loaded, chock-filled, brand spanking new, live Monday night edition of Jabba and the Mouse.
Are going to give him a significant one. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top three offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A seven-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the NFL. Really?
Jabba and the Mouth.
631 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. Jabba right now is in Kansas City. His son is pitching tonight, so we probably aren't going to see him. He might pop in, might not, but he will be back on Thursday. Yes, you know who I am. My name is Errol Marks. They call me the Mouth. As you heard, my executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman, Mr. Speedy PP, well, PDPP, whatever you want to call him. He's here. He's my producer. He's my other half, my co-host. On the board, Tommy Popes. In the back end, we have some interns. We got Zach. We're going to have Dylan. All of the guys are going to be popping in and popping out. And we have Mr. NR Media himself, the one they call Nith. Or we call him the Nith Man, the leash, as we always say. Yeah, well, there's a lot of people putting somebody on a leash. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 6:45 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a crazy, crazy weekend for the one they call the Mouth. I'm not going to talk like a third person, speak or look like a complete moron because Kyler Murray does that enough for himself. I can't speak in a third person, but if I must, I will today. And I enjoyed the weekend. We saw a little snow last night, and there was nothing on our forecast. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, weathermen and women should not be weathermen or women. There should be AI women and men controlling the thought of what our weather is going to be every single week, every single day, every single hour, every single second. You know why? Because they're never right. They're always wrong. So, over the weekend, we had some interesting weather. It went from, at one point, it was like 49 degrees, almost 50. And then it dipped down at night to almost 20 degrees. I can't understand this weather over here. I can't. I don't get it. But New York weather is a unique place and a unique forecast. By the way, being that we live on the island, it's completely different as far as the weather is concerned in Queens, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Staten Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, upstate New York. It's probably 10 feet of snow. I mean, I don't get it. But there is nothing like New York. Nothing. I don't care what anybody says. And I've been all over the world. Anybody that knows me and listens to the show, I'm a DJ. I've traveled all over the world. I've been to Poland. I've been to Germany. I've been to New Zealand, Iceland, you name it, Amsterdam. I've been all over the place. There are some countries I've never been to. Australia is one place I definitely want to get a chance to visit, but never got a chance to yet. But me and my girl have spoke about that. That's one place that we're definitely going to have an opportunity. By the way, they have a place in Australia called like the Blue Lagoon, and that's where great white sharks breed every winter. So don't go into the Blue Lagoon if you want to survive, because there's like hundreds of sharks that go over there and they breed in this particular place. So I that's not a place that I would be going and hanging out. But yeah, it's been a crazy, crazy weekend. I don't like when it's snowing or it's bad weather out, because even if it's flurrying, people are rushing to they're rushing to all these different stores like Walmart and If you live in certain parts in the West Coast, they still have Kmart. And then all the food markets, ShopRite, Stop and Shop, all of them. They're all packed. And we have, what's the place called? Wayman's now? It's called Wayman's, right?
Wegmans?
Wegmans.
Yeah.
Wegmans, which is, I think it was built in the South. I don't know where it started, but we have a Wegmans here now, and they want to put one in Nassau. But right by me, they opened up a Wegmans, and I still never been there because every day it's like I don't even know. It's like Six Flags over there. You can't even find a spot to park to go and check out the store. So me and my girlfriend, who likes to go to different stores and check out the place, we have never been to Wegmans, and it's been open for over a year now. So hopefully one of these days we'll get a chance to go and check out the nice sitting arrangements where you can have lunch and breakfast there and have all their different desserts. And those are the places that you like to check out when you've never been there. I see
They've
fish
got those by me, and when I was in college, I saw a lot of them 20 years ago because they started up in like Syracuse, Rochester, Buffalo area. They were like ranked like #1 for like employee satisfaction.
Really?
Years. Like they just treat their employees really well there, and it's a little expensive, but like they do it all themselves, so it's kind of like more like an authentic feel. I've always had good stuff from them. It's just you're gonna pay for it, you know.
That's what I've heard. Everything there. If you want to buy like a 2% milk, it's like over there in Walmart you can buy it for like $2.25. Over there at Wegmans, you're going to spend like $3.25 or $3.45. What's the difference between milk? I mean,
I think they milk the cows themselves or something like that. I don't know.
We got to ask Speedy because he's the milker.
Excuse me, milking cows is the Nebraska thing.
Well, no, that's the corn. He's the corn husker. Nebraska is more about the cornfields and hanging out over there and eating as many pieces of corn as you possibly can. You want to boil it, you want to roast them. I mean, has anybody tried roasted corn before? Because now, a lot of people haven't, because I have a friend and we were at a barbecue, I think a week ago, it was a week and a half ago. And we went to this barbecue we were invited to, and they were roasting corn. And he told me he's never had roasted corn before. I said, never had. No, I usually have them in like a can, or I'll eat it off, corn on the cob, but we boil it. So I said, you've never roasted a corn before? He said, no, this is the first time I've ever had it. So I guess he's hiding behind a rock or something, because who has never had roasted corn? If you go to Dallas or you go to one of these cities that, are big into barbecue, the first thing you're going to ask for is some roasted corn. That's me. I mean, it has to be extra butter on it, because I can't eat corn without butter. I know it's.
So do you like it when you see the char on the outside, or do you not want it when you see that?
It depends. It depends on who's cooking it, and it depends what I'm eating it with. So if it's just plain old roasted corn, I don't want any char on it. But if it's I'm eating a steak or I'm eating a hamburger with it, yeah, why not? I'm not going to taste the difference. So, and to me, what I don't understand with people when they're eating corn, you're eating on a cob. That's why you're when you're eating on a cob. Why do they seem to just I guess they use a knife and they use it to take all the corn off the cob. I mean, what is the point? They eat it out of a pot or eat it out of a can, if that's the way you're going to go, because the whole point of it is eating it off the cob. And I know one of the worst things I hate about corn is it getting stuck in your teeth. It happens all the time. So that's the only thing I hate about corn. And then I'm trying to floss and trying to get between my teeth in certain spots in your teeth. You can't reach it. It's the worst feeling in the world when you're trying to get that one piece of corn out of your teeth. So especially I remember it was like it was a couple of years ago, and me and Speedy were doing a show, and my mom had my brother drop off corn, and I'm such a corn eater. So I had two pieces of corn on the cob, and I was eating it on the show when Speedy was speaking, or we would go to like a quick break. And one time I remember, because it bothered the hell out of me, I had this like piece got grinded up into one of my like teeth, and I was trying to rip it out during the show, and it was so annoying that it started to inflame on one side of my mouth because it was sharp. And my whole gum on the left side of my mouth got inflamed, and I had to go to the dentist the next day because it got infected. So That was like 3 years ago. I'll never forget it. Could you imagine doing a show where, by the way, if anybody watches my mouth move on my left side, on the left side of my mouth, it doesn't open as much as on my right side, is because my jaw, when I was a kid, locked when I was in a hockey fight, and I got punched in the jaw in the hockey fight, and my jaw locked up, and it had to be popped back into place. And when it did, I've since then, I've always had problems with my jaw and speaking. If you watch me speak, the left side, well, actually it's my right side, on the right side on my mouth, it doesn't open up as high or whatever, as long as my left side. So if anybody knows me and knows how I speak, they can tell. So just find facts on why when you see me speak, you can tell one side of my mouth opens longer.
Hey, was your voice, did it sound a little different before that happened?
I don't know.
They say sometimes when like you have like a jaw thing, like the way you sound things like comes out differently afterwards. Because obviously you have a very distinct voice, man.
Yes.
Like everybody knows that listens to the show. And I just, sometimes it's like, oh yeah, there's a reason for that, you know? It could be something.
I don't know. I've always had a unique voice, and I always was told by many different friends of mine, especially when they see me on a mic when I'm emceeing at a party, they're like, wow, you could tell your voice a mile away. Even I said that I was at the mall about a week or 2 weeks ago, and I haven't seen my barber. This is a barber I used to go to when I was a kid. Haven't seen him in years. And I walked into the store. As soon as I was speaking to my girlfriend, he turned around and he's like, I knew that voice from a mile away. He says, I knew that as soon as you walked in, I knew where that voice was coming from. You have such a distinct voice. He said, and I've been told by Ian Eagle and many different people in the industry, like, you can't teach voices, and you have a very distinguished voice and distinct. And that's what's so, that's what makes you a little bit more different than everybody else. So I appreciate all the guys and girls that have given me compliments over the years on my voice. And it's not, that's what I'm worried about. My girlfriend for years is like, I don't think I have I have a very nice nose, but it's not one of those beautiful, like, what are they, button noses? And my girlfriend always told me, it's like, if you went and got a nose job, it would make you even look more sexier. And I was like, I was thinking about it. And then I went to speak to a doctor, and he was like, well, if you get your nose fixed a little bit, you get it broken or re-broke, whatever, it could change your voice a little bit. So I get a little worried that I might, and I have a problem with my voice if I ever did something like that. So it's something, it's I guess you could say it's a food for thought. But I don't know if I'm going to eat any corn anymore while I'm doing a show. Anyways, at 8 o'clock, we'll be talking to Las Vegas running back, another running back from Long Island and Las Vegas, as they're packed with them. Dylan Laube will be joining us a little bit later in the show from West Hampton, New York. Two guys in Vegas that are from the New York area. One, Chris Collier, who's from Hempstead, New York. And this kid, Dylan Laube, is from really East Coast, east side of Long Island. He's from West Hampton. And by the way, I have DJ'd a couple of events for West Hampton High School. So maybe I bumped into Dylan Laube in the past. I don't know. But cool. And it's really, really funny when you get these guys on and they get to know you because they're from your neck of the woods. So it's a little bit more unique when you're talking to people that actually know Long Island and don't judge you because, oh, you got that weird accent. You got that Long Island.
Exhibit A, Nick Goody.
Ask it. I don't know. Well, Goody has a unique voice too. Sometimes a little bit junk comes out of his mouth a little too much. I love you, Goody. Anyways, the 2026 NBA All-Star Weekend was yet another different format as the NBA tries to make the event as relevant as it once was. This year was uneven as many stars played very few minutes and small roles in the weekend's festivities. The youth movement, however, did not disappoint, which many fans thought was an improvement on previous years and contests. San Antonio's Wemby, as we own, Wembanyama, took the spotlight early, making athletic plays on both sides of the court, contesting a lot of shots like he would in the NBA games. Anthony Edwards won the All-Star Game MVP. Wow. but mention how much credit Wemby deserves for sparking a competitive atmosphere the All-Star game usually doesn't have. Edwards' team of stars defeated Team Stripes in the All-Star game final. Team World, whose stars Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic didn't even play game 2 for injury management reasons. Outside of Devin Booker, Team Stripes featured a lot of young players, including Pistons forward and point guard Cade Cunningham, 76ers guard Tyrese Maxey, along with Mr. MVP himself, Anthony Edwards. On Saturday, the Heat's Keshad Johnson won the dunk contest, while an injured Damian Lillard won the three-point contest, led by number 3 overall pick of Rising Stars MVP, VJ Edgecombe, right? Edgecombe. Vince Carter's team edged out Carmelo Anthony's team in the Rising Stars game, while the New York Knicks won. Yes, while the New York Knicks won the first Even Shooting Stars Challenge, led by Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, and future Hall of Famer. I'm not going to say that because that's probably not going to happen. Anyways, the assistant GM of the New York Knicks, Allen Houston. I will say this. I wrote a story, and it's right up right now on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network, and I'm going to bring it up right here so people can check it out. If you haven't read it, it is a great story. I put it together. I had a lot of thought to it. It's called "Put the All-Star Game in the G League and let it think about what it's done, why the NBA needs to cancel its own birthday party." So, ladies and gentlemen, go check out my wonderful story. I gave you my take on why the All-Star game should not exist anymore in the NBA because it's an absolute joke. And they didn't disappoint. It really, I know if you're a Knicks fan, you love to see the New York Knicks win that extravaganza of shooting, as we saw Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns and Allen Houston, who was one of the great shooters the Knicks have always had. You know, you think about all the great players. Allen Houston gets hidden for the time that he was a really good player, an average 20-point scorer who at some points was the Knicks' big-time offensive option, or either as a starter or off the bench. But when you watch the All-Star game, you want to be wowed. And I wasn't. And you think about it, the fact that the All-Star game was out west, and the game, I mean, as far as the All-Star extravaganza, the festivities, as far as the dunk contest, the three-point contest, it aired at 5 p.m. on the West Coast. And on the East Coast, it's 8 o'clock, but you can't find it. You couldn't find it. It usually is on TNT, but TNT doesn't have that contract anymore. So it was on NBC/ESPN. So right there, and I'll say what I want to say about this. This is the perfect time to promote the All-Star game because there's nothing going on except the Olympics. And if you're not a World Olympic fan, you're not really tuned into it. I mean, like we're watching right now, curling. I mean, my girlfriend didn't even know what it was. So if you're not into the Olympic thought or into the Olympic sports, you're really in tune to what's going on in the NBA because baseball isn't going on right now. Pitchers and catchers are a week away. The hockey is right now put on hold because they're in the Olympics. I mean, if you want to watch NASCAR, I mean, Daytona 500 was on this weekend. If you're really interested in that, there's nothing. There's nothing going on. So this is the spotlight for the NBA and Adam Silver. And what Adam Silver should be doing is figuring out ways to entertain the fans. And they failed to do that. Say whatever you want. And by the way, Anthony Edwards winning an MVP for the All-Star game means nothing. Means nothing. Because this is the same guy that the NBA and American basketball is trying to put the American basketball on his shoulders. We watched it on the Netflix documentary, Go for Gold. And he pretty much told Obama that he doesn't want to be the face of America. He's the truth, but he doesn't want to be a face of America. He has no interest in being that person, that guy. And maybe Cooper Flagg's going to be that guy in the future. He looks like he's going to be a rising star. They've got some good players coming out this coming year out of the draft. 3 of them are American, coming out from Kansas and BYU and Duke. Maybe one of those guys could be the face of American basketball, because we know it's not going to be LeBron James or Steph Curry or Kevin Durant much longer. And I'll say this, going back to the All-Star game, bringing this world versus America, that's cool. That's cool. But you saw what the NHL did last year. What did they call that?
4 nations.
The 4 nations, having different nations play against one another, Finland and Sweden and America and Canada, 4 big time places, big hockey programs. It was fun to watch because they're playing not to, play with your teammates or play again, play for each other or whatever, dilly-dally and be a skill player. And that's why you make these all-star games, to impress the fan. No, they played for their colors. They played for their countries. And that's what, obviously, the NBA tried with this, but none of it made sense. Why do you have Carmelo Anthony and Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady and all these guys create their teams and compete against one another? First of all, I love you, Carmelo. And I love what he does right now in the media world. I think he brings a different dynamic to his Brooklyn show, and it's great. It really is. But sometimes when somebody speaks too much into a mic, it gets you to wonder if the guy really knows what he's talking about or speaking about. I listen to these guys, and Vince Carter, out of all of them, to me, is the most knowledgeable one when it comes to the game of basketball. Because I listen to Tracy, and Tracy, this is not a shot at you. You were a great basketball player. And when you went to Houston, you became a superstar. You were a great player with Orlando, but you knew you were never going to be, I'm sorry, Toronto. You never knew. I don't think you ever thought you were ever going to be the superstar when you're playing with your cousin, Vince Carter, from North Carolina. And he was a superstar right when he stepped on an NBA basketball court because of his ability to dunk and do all these acrobatic things on a basketball court. The league is different now. It's a business. It's about sponsorships and building a brand, including your own. LeBron James has been the king of that. Maybe we should give him the name king for that, because that guy is the first billionaire as an athlete playing in his sport. Now, Tiger Woods became a billionaire, but he wasn't a billionaire until at the tail end of his career. And I don't even know if he broke $1 billion, even though his contract said that he did. LeBron is a natural billionaire. Michael Jordan was one of the first athletes to ever become a billionaire, not as a player. And if you ask Michael Jordan right now, or Larry Bird, or Magic Johnson about the game of basketball, and even these all-star games, they would probably joke, bicker about it, laugh about it, and tell you this is absolutely horrible to watch. You want to see the best players on the basketball court. And in the All-Star game, you don't even see them play at a high level. You don't. Karl Anthony Towns looked like he was an overweight big man going up and down the court. That's what he looked like. Now, I'm not saying he doesn't look like that sometimes when he plays for the Knicks, but he looks better than that. He didn't look good. I mean, I don't care what anybody says. These guys, Anthony Edwards, if he wants to brag about being an all-star MVP, good for you. Good for you. You choked in the finals. We've seen you do that. Unfortunately, when you look at the NBA now, and I that's where my story really ends and begins. When you compare the players, the backup players on the bench on an NBA team, they're making almost $1.5 million more than some of the bench players on an NFL team that holds 53 players and probably never gets a chance to play. Gets to play more minutes than you do, and you never get a chance to play as an NBA player. I mean, how many 13 players, or the 13th player on the bench or 12th player on the bench actually gets a chance to play on an NBA team? And if they do, how many minutes do they have? A minute? 4 minutes? 3 minutes? At best. At Best. And they're making $3 million, $2.5 million, doing nothing. Throwing the at the end of the bench, the best players some water. If you want to bring a player in to pay $2.5 million to throw some water to Jalen Brunson or Mikal Bridges, I'll do it. Give me $2.5 million. I'll do whatever you want. If you want me to wash their jockstrap, I'll do that too. It's $2.5 million. But that's what the NBA All-Star festivities is. That's what these All-Star games are. Look at the NFL with the flag football. That's a joke. It's a joke. The MLB, I mean, it is competitive somewhat, I guess. I mean, you can't fake hitting a home run. I mean, I'm not going to, but I've seen pitchers just throw it like right over the plate for them to smack a ball. I think baseball, at least they play somewhat. I mean, it's some competition.
Yeah, baseball, at least they try a little harder. They'll just take a pitcher out after 2 outs, though.
The NHL has been the most impressive out of all of them. I mean, the skills competition, they love to compete against one another. They love it. And Gary Bettman has done a great job. For all the hockey fans booing him every time the draft comes around, and I've been to a ton of them. I was invited to a ton of them and got a chance to interview Gary Bettman in the past. I feel bad for Gary because he's been there. He has the longest tenure of any of the commissioners. Gary Bettman's been around since the 80s. The 80s with the NHL. Roger Goodell's only been around, 15 years? You have Manfred. How long has he been around? 10?
I was going to say about 10, 11.
Think about it. Out of the 4 major sports here in America, and Adam Silver,
I think it's only slightly before Manfred.
Yeah, Adam Silver is the biggest joke out of all of them. One of the ugliest commissioners I've ever seen. By the way, his ears are probably bigger than his whole face. I mean, his nose sticks out like he's going to poke you in the eye.
So basically, he's Pinocchio.
No, he's worse than that.
Oh, he's worse. Wow.
I mean, he does a lot of lying. There's no question that he does.
I was going to say, that's where I was going.
He does a lot of lying. But the NBA is just an absolute joke. The festivities, and I don't care what anybody says. It's great to see a New York team win something. We watched them play in this league tournament thing that they
NBA
won.
Cup.
And listen, they won. I got a hat. It might be the only thing they win in the next 10 years.
You get the Shooting Stars hat now, too?
No, I didn't get that. I don't know if I want it. But here's the facts. You want to see these young superstars develop. And in the Rising Stars game, that was fun to watch. That was more interesting to watch than any of these, slam dunk, these contests that they have, and even the All-Star game, the regular All-Star game, because you got a chance to meet the Harpers. You got a chance to meet and see the stars in this league, like Cooper Flagg and all these guys play against one another. This is the future of the NBA, and they're competitive. They're competing because they want to show off their skills. That's what you want to see. When you look at the league now, I just think it's a bunch of crybabies because LeBron James has brought a distinct version of what the NBA shouldn't be now in the league. I don't care what anybody says. And I'm not blaming LeBron James. And everybody keeps attacking me on my take like I hate LeBron James. Oh, I hate Steph Curry because I've said my piece against him. I don't think Steph Curry is a top 10 player of all time because there's a lot of other guys that have distinctively have changed the game. That doesn't mean Steph Curry isn't a great player. But when you look at the facts here, LeBron James has hurt the league, the growth of the league, not in a way for money, but when it comes to, hey, I want to play football, basketball, hockey, or baseball, I'm looking at basketball a completely different way right now. I'm looking at it as, oh, I got to be a prima donna crybaby that has to be a me player, not a team player, to become a superstar in a league where there's so many of them. Think about it. Anthony Edwards, is he a team player or a me player? He's a me player. Wembanyama is the only guy that I have seen, and I'm not a big Wemby fan because they're trying to compare him to LeBron James. I mean, I'm sorry, not LeBron James. Michael Jordan. He's the next Michael Jordan. He could go down better than Michael Jordan. I don't like when I hear that every single time a new superstar comes into this league. I can't stand it. But what I do know about Wembanyama is he's a competitor. It doesn't matter if it's an all-star game. It doesn't matter if it's a skills competition. It doesn't matter if he's playing a pickup game on the street. This man plays to win. He plays to compete. Those are the type of players you want in the NBA. Those are the type of players you want to build your emblem. You want to build your brand around. Not crybaby LeBron or Anthony Edwards saying, I don't want to be the face of American basketball. He can't even pronounce basketball. He goes, baseball. I don't even know. How are these guys educated? Honestly, you have Steph Curry saying it many, many different times, saying that, do we even know if we've been on the moon before? Oh, I don't know. I mean, there's video, there's pictures. And this guy says we've never been on the moon.
Somebody should just kidnap him from NASA and just put him on another planet for a
See,
day.
the problem with the NBA is they use their platform to be it's everything. They don't use the platform for good, to help kids understand the game and try to want to be the next big superstar in the NBA. No, they don't want to do that. What they do is they use the platform to attack politics or attack this or attack that. And even this All-Star game during the weekend, I mean, when it listened to what every single one player was talking about, every one of them in some kind of conversation brought up ice. Every single one of them. I don't want to hear it. Go out there and impress me on your skills, your dunking ability. I don't care what your politician, as a politician, or your politic way, or if you're Republican, Democrat, or conservative. I don't care. I care about the game of basketball. It's my favorite sport. It's my favorite sport since I was a kid. And watching that All-Star game, it was pathetic. Pathetic. They should be ashamed of themselves. The NBA should be ashamed of themselves having those festivities. And dude, some of these dunks that they were doing, I mean, they weren't even jumping from the foul line. And they were all like, whoa! They were like dancing around like they were going crazy. Like it was the best dunk they've ever seen, when we've seen guys in the park in Brooklyn dunk like that. There was nothing impressive. And the fact that Damian Lillard won the three-point contest tells me one thing. Why isn't he on the basketball court? If you could shoot like that, you should be playing basketball. You're pretty much taking money from Portland. And that's where I come from when it comes to basketball and watching the game of basketball in the 80s and the 90s. Because guys like Patrick Ewing, Michael Jordan, Charles Oakley, guys that I rooted for, Anthony Mason, Xavier McDaniel. These guys would go on the basketball court with broken fingers, broken toes, bad knees, pulled hamstrings. You have LeBron James. Oh, my pinky, I can't play for 2 weeks. Give me a break. A break, guys. So when I watch these All-Star games and I watch the festivities and what they bring to the table, all they bring is a bunch of crap. A bunch of boring dunks, a bunch of guys that could shoot three-pointers. Hey, if I could shoot 500 three-pointers in a day, which some of these guys do, Kobe Bryant even admitted he shoot 500 three-pointers in the morning and 500 three-pointers after practice. When you're shooting 1,000 three-pointers a day, you're going to be pretty damn good at it, wouldn't you think? Practice makes perfect. Maybe not for James Harden, but for everybody else it does. It's pathetic. The NBA needs to get rid of the All-Star game. If they can't find a way to get these guys to compete in a competitive fashion, then get rid of it. Banish it. It's done. Sayonara. Au revoir, as Wembanyama would say. I don't want it anymore. I don't want to deal with it. And that, to me, is where the NBA needs to go.
Yeah, I think if you're going to make it where you're going to have these players, these younger players, be more competitive, there's an obvious solution if you want to try to keep it, and that's get rid of the fan vote, because I think the fan vote is the big reason that all these other guys, the LeBrons, the Kevin Durants, all these guys that aren't showing effort are in the All-Star game, and LeBron was out half the season. Like in a lot of years, if your name is not LeBron James, a player in that same scenario might be a fringe All-Star at best, but it's LeBron. He's the LJA, basically the face of the league forever, and you could say, he's the first billionaire CEO. He's the CEO commissioner of the LJA because he's the guy running the league. Now, I think when you look at the younger players of the previous generation. I would say outside of Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards is cocky, whatever. I think a lot of these guys like Wemby, like Nikola Jokic, like Luka Doncic are not trying to make it all about themselves anymore, which I think is a good thing to an extent. You need more of those types of players to do it because this is a product that's been really bad for a while with the All-Star game. And while this is a step in the right direction, you still can't say, okay, this is All-Star game is saved by any means just because the younger players played hard. Yes, the rising stars played hard. Yes, even some of those veteran guys, the Allen Houstons, Ron Harpers, the alumni guys, they played hard in that Shooting Stars contest. And the youngsters are going to play hard. The only reason you're going to get the only way you're going to get the youngsters to vote is if you collaborate with the players. I mean, obviously, there's going to be some with the injury issues, whatever. Collaborate with the players and make them the ones, or the coaches, the ones that'll vote on who plays in the All-Star game, who wants to actually play hard. Make it something like that rather than the fan vote where you're just going to have, all right, casual basketball fans voting for LeBron, casual basketball fans voting for Steph Curry, when there might be more qualified guys. I'm not saying that Steph Curry's had a bad year. I'm not saying LeBron's had a bad year, but Cade Cunningham and Tyrese Maxey have been better than those two guys this year. And maybe in a popular vote, that wouldn't have been the case. So I think you have to be able to branch it out where you've seen progress with these younger players showing much more effort than the veteran players on the court, a young team winning in this new format, and say, all right, we're going to have players vote and coaches vote from now on, because a lot of these LeBron era and probably up until Joel Embiid, let's use that range, 2003 to 2014, those are the ones that are complaining the most. Those are the ones that are whining about trades.
And they're the ones that are making the most money.
And they're the ones, like you were saying before, that are making these outrageous statements. Kyrie Irving, James Harden, all these guys. It's really, outside of Anthony Edwards, past the 2015 draft as much, you're not seeing that as much with Jokic, Luka Doncic, the two Celtics stars, like guys like that, you're not seeing it with as much outside of Anthony Edwards. So that's the gap that if you want to save the All-Star game, you got to start utilizing that more and brand these young guys better.
I will say this. I agree with you with some of the young superstars that they have in the NBA, and Tyrese Maxey is a great player. Yes. I know Fish didn't think he was a top 5 player when he was at the point of his dominance early in the season. He has been amazing on a roster that, let's be honest, when you're playing with Joel Embiid and Paul George, two cocky guys that can't stay healthy and have their own thought about team basketball, because I don't think they believe in it. I think Tyrese Maxey gives you a different impression on that. And I think the 76ers are put in a really good position having a player of that magnitude, especially a guy that wasn't a lottery pick. A lot of people passed up on. And you see his development, as we've seen a lot of John Calipari guys after a little while, like Devin Booker, when he came into the league, a lot of people were questioning. He was a high draft pick. He was a lottery pick, but a lot of people were like, will his ability of shooting work in the NBA? And boy, has it ever. I mean, he's become more of a guy, more of a defensive player in the NBA than he was when he was playing for Kentucky in college. But there are guys that Tyrese Halliburton, he was not a good shooter when he came into the NBA. A lot of people question his skills offensively. How is it going to work? His release, everything. Well, Tyrese Halliburton has proven that you can win with him and you can build a roster around him. Sacramento had to lose him to understand how great he has become as a player. But again, when you watch the Rising Star game, there are some thought that the NBA is in a very good position to build their organization and their brand around these players in the future. But when you have guys like Anthony Edwards, who is, I would say 25, 26 years old, he's starting to kick as the player, the go-to player that the NBA can build their brand around when it comes to American basketball. He doesn't want to be the guy. He doesn't want to be the it factor. And that goes to guys that are making $56, $60 million a year, where you wonder, guys like James Harden or I don't know, LeBron James, they're both at the tail end of their career. And what they've done for the NBA is they've taught these young players how to travel, how to not play the game of basketball the right way, how to complain to the referees so they can shoot 14, 15 free throws every single game and get just 14 points. I'm a good free throw shooter. Yeah, when you're shooting 25, 30 of them every single game. I mean, James Harden, think about this. When James Harden was a triple-double player that year when he won the MVP, he was averaging 15 to 16 free throws a game. Think about that. That's almost half the amount of points he needs to hit 30 points. And when he's a good free throw shooter and he's only missing maybe one or none every single game, that's 16 points automatically, because he was traveling with the ball, hopping to the hole or stepping back. Oh, I defined the backup jump shot. Yeah, really? You defined it all right. You taught us how to double dribble. You taught us how to travel. The one thing that you're taught as a young kid not to do, hey, James Harden's the guy. He's the it factor. He's the absolute impression of baby antics. Just say.
Yeah, and again, I think you're seeing a lot of these other guys being more humble. And maybe it's the international push with Wemby, with him showing the effort, and some of these other players that are going to be coming in the league now that are more the international stars, because you're not seeing as much of their, I guess, antics. And we talked about it last year, or not last year, I think right before the Summer Olympics a few years ago, where we were talking about, oh, the European brand of basketball is going to take over. Now, I'm not saying that obviously the freak athletes that you see, the power game with the big men and stuff like that, are the same in Europe as they are in the U.S. Hence, you see why you have more of these tactical types like Jokic, even Kristaps Porzingis when he got drafted was thought of as a shooter, not really thought of as that big behemoth type that you're seeing with guys like Joel Embiid. It's a different type of game, but that type of mindset I think is what these younger stars have, which is a good thing to see. But you can't judge just 1 year of a sample to say, oh, the NBA All-Star game is saved. These antics are not going to continue as long as LeBron and these other stars are going to run the league.
So I have some solutions, Errol, to fix this. And I think there's a very simple problem that they haven't figured out yet. First off, before I tell you the solution, Dame isn't playing because Dame was bad at defense before he tore his Achilles. Yeah. And that dude's going to have to be completely healthy just to be passable on the defensive end. I kind of expect him to be kind of like a sixth man off the bench in this stage of his career coming back, like just instant offense type of guy, because defensively, I just don't think he can hold up in the starting lineup. But I hope he does, because he's one of the all-time great shooters and competitors that we've had in like the modern era. But speaking of shooters, like, don't we have enough? Like, do I really want to see Cat, even though I'm so glad the Knicks won that? Do I need Cat hitting like 3-foot shots and then 10-foot shots and then taking a shot from the top of the key? And then, do I really need that? Are we just playing around the world? Like, is that the best that we have?
Look, that game when I was a kid. Around the world basketball.
but like, as something to watch, it's something to play. It's great, but it's something to watch. I'm not into that. So here's what I think. I think they should have went to what the fun games really are when you're on the basketball courts when you were kids. I didn't want to play horse. I wanted to play, we called it Utah because I grew up in the city. When I moved out of the city, they called it city, or I've heard it called 21. One-on-one, you're always challenging someone, king of the court. I'd love to see a king of the court in the All-Star game. These All-Stars challenging All-Stars who can stay on the court one-on-one. Can you imagine? Like a guy like Michael Jordan back in the day, like just challenging everybody to come at him. It would have been, and just calling people out even. It would be the best ever. Or 2-on-2 tournament, you know, like NBA Jam style. Maybe you put hot spots on the floor where they could shoot a 5-point shot for Steph Curry. Wouldn't that be a lot of fun? But the reason, like those things would be great.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen because they'd rather have these lazy shooting competitions that are boring to watch. You know what I mean? Like, it's not fun. Like, what we should see is competition. We had Luka and Jokic play, a combined 6-7 minutes in this, like the kids would say. 6-7 minutes, absolutely nothing, a bunch of garbage.
There again.
I accidentally did, and then I had to play into it. You know what I mean?
You know, it's funny that you brought up Luka Doncic, because I was talking to one of the unique personalities for Knick basketball. He has his own podcast. His name's Karan, and his beautiful wife, or his girlfriend, Maxine. And I got a chance to be introduced to them. I was watching their 24-hour show this past weekend, and they talked Knick basketball for 24 hours. I want to give a shout out to them. They're sensational. They really are. And Karan knows his basketball. No question. He knows his Knick basketball. And I got on the phone with Karan, and we were talking about the Lakers. And I said, the Lakers are the one team that I think is they're going to be on a tailspin, because once LeBron's gone, because LeBron has hurt the organization, I don't know if they're going to be able to bring players there, because I don't know if anybody was going to want to play there. And he told me, he says they have Luka there, and every 5 to 10 years, they always get that superstar that they can build with, which he's right. And pretty much he was hand-fed. Luka Doncic was hand-fed from Dallas, thanks to you-know-who, and the NBA, hand-fed him to the Lakers. But here's the problem. Does anybody really want to be a Laker now? He says that don't be surprised if Nikola Jokic, when he becomes a free agent in the next year or two, he wants to go and play with Luka. But does it work? We've seen Luka play over there with Dallas with his buddy Kristaps Porzingis. They wound up fighting, and it didn't get along. They didn't get along over there because Kristaps wanted a little bit more of the GOAT. He wanted to be one of the go-to guys, but he couldn't stay healthy. He had knee problems. Maybe that's the reason why the Knicks couldn't stand him or didn't want him there. But what I'm saying here is the NBA is different now. When you look at the teams like the Lakers and the Celtics or even the Knicks, the Knicks have become a good destination. They were never a destination. Now they've become more of a destination. And it really hurt them with the Charles Oakley thing. When James Dolan did what he did to Charles Oakley, and then LeBron, his big mouth came out and stuck up for Charles. And I love Charles. I've interviewed Charles Oakley. Love Charles. I love him. He was my favorite player growing up for the New York Knicks. So I'm not taking shots at Charles. What I'm saying is the league, the NBA, guys like LeBron James, after what James Dolan, now that has nothing to do with the Knicks organization. It doesn't have anything to do with the how it's run. When the owner opened up his mouth, it hurt the Knicks getting that big superstar. Why? Because LeBron James said something. He used the media to attack the New York Knicks organization. And that set the Knicks back 5-6 years because nobody wanted to go over there and play with Carmelo Anthony after that whole situation. So Carmelo, after the fact of that story happening, the Knicks could never find that other guy. As soon as Amari Stoudemire had to walk away from the game of basketball, no other superstar wanted to come here and play with him, all because of that Charles Oakley situation.
Yeah, that's how the league has changed too. When you look at the format of these teams, we talked about it last week with the Lakers. Like the Lakers have, you were mentioning they're the Knicks of the past now, transforming themselves, and they're really only being saved because they have LeBron and Luka Doncic. If they had that level of talent, they probably don't make the playoffs, like the Knicks didn't do many times with Carmelo Anthony. If they did make the playoffs, they had that 1 year as a 3 seed, and then every other year they were a fringe team.
Yep. I thought Fish had something else to say, but that's all right. Got another story. Does the NBA have a tanking problem? At the NBA All-Star Game, reporters asked Adam Silver about the recent tanking behavior going on related mainly to the Utah Jazz and the Indiana Pacers being fined 6-figure amounts for making it obvious that they were throwing certain games. Silver was very blunt with the media, saying that there's no options are off the table as far as trying to prevent future tanking. Silver mentioned that he believes that the problems lie in how the NBA draft is structured, where the 3 worst records in the NBA have the same amount of odds to get the number 1 overall pick. He also mentioned that taking away draft picks from teams, taking away draft picks from other teams could be a punishment if a team keeps purposely trying to lose. Another possible solution would be to end the draft lottery. As Silver claims, it has a possibility to become a counterproductive, rewarding taking and opposing to trying to help the worst teams. There are 5 teams going into the All-Star break with less than 20 wins right now, with the Jazz, the Pacers, the Wizards, the Kings, the Nets. This draft is expected to be mostly loaded with at least 8 franchise-changing players expected to go in the top 10, and 4 players that could be instant All-Stars with Cameron Boozer, Caleb Wilson, Mr. Peterson, and AG, how do you pronounce that? Debinsa from BYU. I don't think tanking's that big of a problem with the NBA. I'm going to be quite honest with you, because we saw a Dallas Maverick team that was probably the 10th or the 11th worst team in the NBA win the lottery. They went from 10 or 11 where they should have been, and they jumped all the way to 1 because of the lottery. Now, maybe it was a coinky dink, or maybe it's just the NBA helping or throwing a bone to the Dallas Mavericks after trading Luka Doncic and helping LeBron James and the Lakers out. I understand what they're saying. And the Pacers have to be, I think it's a top 5 or top 6 team to get their draft pick, because if they're not a top 5, top 6, I don't remember who it goes to, but it goes to another team. I think it's okay.
Toronto, I think, for the Siakam trade.
Well, whatever. I don't know who it's from, but I'm hearing that they have to be in the top 5 or top 6 to get their first round draft pick. And that's the problem. I think that's the problem with the NBA. The unprotected and protected trades. And I've been saying this for a long, long time. If you're trading a pick, there shouldn't be a protected and unprotected. Because it screwed the Knicks with Kristaps Porzingis. They got 2 first-round draft picks for Kristaps Porzingis. At the time, Kristaps Porzingis was a 20-point player and almost 10 rebounds. He was one of the best young players in the NBA. He really was. He was one of the uprising superstars and probably one of the best young superstars the NBA and the New York Knicks have had in almost 10 years. And what happened? They traded him for 2 first-round draft picks that turned into 2 second-round draft picks that really turned into nothing. Kristaps Porzingis eventually moves from Dallas to the Celtics and wins a championship, helps out the Celtics, a big part of the Celtics' run to win a championship. Thank you, New York, for giving us a superstar player for nothing. That is the problem. And I don't know what Dallas got from the Celtics, but I'm sure they got something better than the Knicks got. It's a big problem. This protected, unprotected thing is the problem. It's not about the lottery and tanking. I don't think it really matters because the NBA has control of that. They have control of it. You don't get a chance to do what the NHL did and draw the balls in front of the cameras. No, they have a closed door with 18 tested ball sections where you can have multiple or hundreds of different ways to calculate who goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it's so weird. It's so different. It's like you have to be a scientific, I don't know, astronaut to understand how the NBA is picking these balls. It's a big problem with the protected and unprotected because what does it mean? Oh, so I'm going to trade the pick, but guess what? I'm protecting it if it's not, if I'm not drafting, if I'm not as bad and I'm not drafting in the top 5, anything after the top 5, you can get the pick. That's what these teams are doing. I'm trying to spit it out because I'm trying to think on how I want to, as a GM or as a coach, I'm looking at how the NBA is working this. How does this make sense? So I'm going to trade a superstar player on my team, but I'll give you 2 first-round draft picks, but they're protected first-round draft picks. So if I'm a bad team next year, even with that superstar player, and I'm a lottery pick and I fall into the top 5, I get to pick that pick no matter what. How is that fair? It doesn't make any sense. And I understand the bird rights situation on obviously keeping players. I understand why the NBA did it and why they do it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. It's not helping the game. And like I said, as a Knicks fan, how many times as a Knicks fan have we seen the Knicks be one of the worst 5 teams in the NBA? We've seen it in the last 25 years, at least 10 or 12 times in that stint. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm going to need a stint after watching this happen year in and year out. Teams like the Knicks getting screwed because they trade players because they don't need them anymore and they're not going to win with those players. And they try to build on first-round draft picks. And then after the fact that the Knicks traded for Mikal Bridges and give up 5 first-round draft picks that are probably going to mean nothing, and it went to the Nets, Knicks fans are jumping off a bridge. Why would you give up all those picks? We could get Giannis. Really? If you think that Milwaukee's going to want a bottom-feeding 28th pick, 27th pick in the next 5 or every other 5 years, you're out of your damn mind. I would rather OG Anunoby or Mikal Bridges in a package. That's what I think is the problem. It has nothing to do with tanking. I know Adam Silver wants to believe it when we all know, everybody and their mother knows that it's bullcrap. The NBA draft is not a lottery. It's who do I have to pay under the table to get that pick? What do I got to do to get Adam Silver and his bunch of goons to get me a top 3 pick. Every time the Knicks had anywhere close to a top 3 pick, they had RJ Barrett. The only way they were going to get a superstar player is if they drafted at 1 and 2. It was never this deep where if the Knicks were in a top 5 or top 6, they were getting a stud. Never. This is the best draft we've seen since the LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony draft. Do we remember who was in that draft? Dwayne Wade. Remember that? Chris Bosh. That was one of the greatest drafts of all time. A lot of people compare this draft to that type of draft. But to say that the fact that Adam Silver, out of all the things Adam Silver could talk about, the political views of these players, why are they, if I was at the media day or at the All-Star game, I would be saying, hey, Adam, why haven't you controlled these players on what they say on your platform, on the NBA's platform? It is not their platform. Colin Kaepernick lost his career. I'm not saying that I agree with Colin Kaepernick did, but because Colin Kaepernick used the NFL's platform to do what he did, kneeling down on the American flag, he never played another day of football again. He had the whole league doing it. So Adam Silver, my question to you is, all right, you think these teams are tanking? That's fine. You think they're taking to get the future lottery pick, super stud in the NBA, where we don't even know what these lottery picks are going to be. How many great players that we've seen get drafted not turned into anything? A lot of them in the NBA. I can name a bunch of them that the 76ers have drafted, the Lakers have drafted over the years, the Phoenix Suns. A lot of these guys don't turn into crap. So there's no guarantees. So let me ask you this question. Why do you let the players run your league? Why are the players have more of a voice than your own owners do? The guys that are paying these guys salaries, which are ridiculous, by the way. Think about it. You have guys that are injured. I'm thinking about players getting hurt. These guys, some of these guys, Paul George has been hurt how many times? He's played 160 games in 3 years. I don't even know. I don't even have the number, but he's played like 160 games in 3 years out of 82 games every single year. He's making close to $50 million. How does an organization give a guy that barely plays? Answer that question. How is that fair? Contracts are guaranteed. Maybe the NBA needs to figure out with the new CBA is if you don't play a certain amount of games, you don't get that full contract. That would make sense. That would mean something to me. I don't understand why. Out of all the things you could talk about, how about why is the All-Star game so goddamn boring? Why is it so dumb? Why are these players even invited? I would bring bench players to come and play in these games. They'd be more interesting to watch. I would like to watch Miles McBride or somebody like that. Guys that are going to go up and down the court and actually play defense, actually play the game, actually show people that he wants to be in the game. Not guys like, I don't know, Anthony Edwards that's dancing and prancing around doing tomahawk jams because nobody's defending him. Or James Harden hopscotching to the hole because he doesn't know how to dribble. It's a big problem. The problems right now in the NBA doesn't lie in tanking. The problems with the NBA is these rules, these different things that they brought in implemented into the game of basketball or brought into the game of basketball. That's pathetic. Pathetic. That's what bothers me about the NBA. That's what it is. Stop this crap, Adam. You know, you should have became the CEO of Disney. Maybe we don't have to see your ugly face for the rest of our time watching this game of basketball. Ask me this question. Why is the NBA regular season in most fans' faces or most fan podcasting fans that listen to podcasts, why is the NBA not important in the regular season? That's my question. Because I will tell you this, besides the diehard basketball fan or sports fan, most fans in a regular season are not watching more than 20 games. Nobody gives a crap. Unless you're a diehard Knicks fan, which I am. I'm not going to watch all 82 games, but I'm going to watch maybe every single game. I'll watch a half. But it's unwatchable sometimes. Guys don't play defense. Players don't start playing until the last 5 weeks of the season, going into the playoffs. It's pathetic. That's why I like watching OKC. If you ask me my true opinion, teams that really play hard every single game, teams like OKC. I don't think there's anything more than what I have said that I would bring up right now. The trade, as far as the draft is concerned, I could care less, tanking or not tanking. I care more about right now. Why are these protected and unprotected picks actually still involved in the NBA? If you're going to trade a pick, you trade the pick, even if you're a bad team the next year. If I'm giving you a superstar, and you're trading me your first-round draft pick at the end of the season or the year after, I should get it no matter how bad you are. If you turn out to be the number one pick, oh, so be it. You traded it.
Yeah, they've always had an issue with that because I think you look at the year-to-year basis that how much they could be spread out with the picks. Which I think the NHL philosophy is a lot better. You have a conditional pick, like we talked about the Rangers a few weeks ago. A third-round pick can become a second-round pick in this condition. A second-round pick can become a first-round pick. We've seen that before. Or we've seen kind of pick swaps. If you get if you want to pick a first-round pick, then the other team gets it the next year. That's what happened with Ottawa and Colorado. Ottawa got Brady Tkachuk out of that. And then Colorado, I believe, got Bowen Byram. You were at that draft in 2019.
Yep.
That was a pick swap of year to year type thing. And Colorado could have easily gotten like Jack Hughes or somebody like that if it happened to be in their favor. That's the model the NBA should take and not have these teams get backstashed so many picks. And that's the biggest problem. I think the second biggest problem is the other thing you mentioned, the bias. I think the Mavericks should not be gifted a number one pick because they made the worst trade arguably in NBA history. And we've seen it with other teams too. The Pelicans have gotten rewarded. Oh, they trade Anthony Davis. No, we'll still help you the next year. The Pelicans got Anthony Davis in 2012 after losing Chris Paul. And I think those types of cases, they have to figure out how to get more balance in that because there's other teams, the Knicks being included, Phoenix, another one you mentioned. They got DeAndre Ayton, but how many years did they get the number 4 or number 5 pick when they had top 3 odds? That's why this percentage system is still very flawed. And if a team, like let's say all 5 of those teams that you listed are clustered, all of them win in the low 20s. Like, why should the 3 and 4 be that big of a drop off compared to the 1 and the 2 and the 3 all getting the same? All those teams should have a similar number. And that's why I proposed this a while ago. It should just be based on games back. Let's say the lowest win team wins 21 games. Then the first team out of the playoffs wins 38 or something like that. Do a system like that of similar odds, 17 ping pong balls, all differentiated.
Who cares about the ping pong balls? I don't think it means anything because they already know who's going to win. They know who they're going to give the second pick to. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think the problem right now lies really what I think the media should have brought up is the protected and non-unprotected picks. I think that's the most important thing.
Errol, I disagree a little bit. I think it's more like the quality of the game gets destroyed when they do this. It's not about the lottery. I don't really care about the lottery either. I don't care about the envelopes being frozen or the ping pong balls in the percentages. That's not really what it is. It's like, take a look at what happened in Washington, though. Washington traded for Anthony Davis, traded for Trae Young. They ain't going to play this year. Alex Sarr is out, too. He's like their only halfway decent guy going on right now. I guess Champagne was in the dunk contest. He's okay. Keshad Johnson, Knicks draft pick, I believe, as well. He's not bad as well as a 2-guard. They're bad. They're trying to get a below than top 8 pick. They may, if they tried to compete, be a top 8 team. But if they don't, that protection, now the Knicks don't get that pick from them. So if it falls as number 9, the Knicks will get it. But this is a big-time draft. Like you said, if you get a top 10, that could be an all-star in this draft. So they're intentionally tanking, and they have guys. Look, Anthony Davis is banged up. Is he out for the season? No, he's not. He could play. Trae Young has an MCL. That's a 6 to 8 week injury. Is he out for the season? No, he could play. Is he going to? No, he's probably not. And if he does, it's going to be in limited minutes, and then they'll shut him down anyway.
Fish, to put it in perspective, Jaren Jackson in previous years would not have been able to be traded if he had that bad of an injury. Then coincidentally, the second game he plays with Utah, he leaves the game in the third quarter. Now he's out for the season.
like a lottery ticket for Danny Ainge, right? Like he knew, like, oh, this is perfect. This is how I'm going to beat the cap this year, you know. And that's the thing. That's why I have a problem with the tanking, because I just think and then like you got at the end of the season, Errol. Are we watching regular season basketball when there's 3 to 5 games left? This guy's from the YMCA getting 5 minutes out there because they don't want to win. They don't want to win. They want to have the worst odds. Maybe that's why you get rid of the lottery. Maybe the odds are a waste of time. Maybe just get rid of it because it's a waste of time. But other than that, like, I agree with you. I don't think it's the ping pong balls. I just think if you make the game suck because you're trying to lose, who wants to watch that? Who wants to pay big money for that?
Do you know how many times they screwed the New York Knicks? How many times has the NBA screwed the New York Knicks? And the one time the Knicks got the pick that they wanted, and Patrick Ewing, they iced the envelope, as everybody says. Oh, they cheated. They cheated. We don't know if that story's true, but that's what everybody's assuming would happen. David Stern has never come out, well, may he rest in peace, ever come out and say, oh, that's the truth. That really did happen. But that's what every single writer is assuming happened. And again, going back to my thought, Utah, I can't stand Danny Ainge. If I could smack the crap out of Danny Ainge, if I get a chance to interview him face to face, I'd smack the you-know-what out of him. Because how many times have we seen Danny Ainge just stick it to the New York Knicks? He loved pissing off the New York Knicks fans. And for the years that he was running that Celtic organization, and he's good. He's a good GM. He's a good executive. He knows the game of basketball. One of the things that he's always stuck out to being is one of the thorns in the New York Knicks' ass. That's why the Knicks and why Jaylen Brown can't stand losing against the Knicks. Because one of the things and one of the reasons why Danny Ainge drafted a guy like Jaylen Brown was against, to play against those New York Knicks teams that he wanted to stick it to. I'm just telling you the truth. Jaylen Brown can't stand the Knicks. Out of all the teams that the Celtics play against, when they lose against the Knicks, Jaylen Brown, when the Knicks just beat him and just tortured the Celtics recently, they had a players' team meeting after the game. Why? Because they lost against the Knicks. It's not because the Knicks are a good team. It's not because the organization actually knows what they're doing. No, it's because the Celtics lost against the lonely New York Knicks. My problem here with the NBA is pretty strict. I think that this protected and unprotected pick, look, if the Wizards, this is my opinion, if this unprotected and protected picks weren't around, the Knicks would have the Wizards pick. So what are the Wizards going to try to do? They're going to try to win because they want to screw the Knicks. But right now, because the Knicks only get their pick if it's out of the top 8, they're trying to do everything they can to keep their pick. That's the problem, guys. That's the problem. It has nothing to do with the lottery and choking up and trying to find a way to get a higher pick. You know what's going to be funny? And I'm going to predict this. The Jazz, the Pacers, and the Wizards don't get a top 3 pick. I'm going to predict it today. That all 3 of those teams, because they're choking, watch the NBA screw all 3 of those teams. Hopefully. Watch it. Because I believe it's going to happen. If it happens, I'm going to tell you guys it wasn't a coinky dink. I'm going to say it. Oh, I was right. I was right again. Told you guys. Told you so.
I think we're pulling for the Nets to get the number 1 pick.
I'm rooting for the Nets. Why not? I know a lot of Knicks fans don't want to see the Nets get a lottery pick, but I'm rooting for them. Who wouldn't want to see Cam Boozer over there?
That's true.
I mean, I would love to see it. I don't care if he's playing for the Brooklyn Nets. It only tells me that when he becomes a free agent, he'll be a Knick.
You should just sit courtside and see if you could tell Cam Boozer, now you're playing for a good coach.
I love Cam Boozer. I love anybody that comes from the Duke Blue Devils. I love him. I love him. And Cam's good. And I'm telling every single fan, remember I said this. Cam Boozer is the best player coming out of this draft. Remember I said this. He is the best player coming out of this draft. Book it, seal it, deliver it, and spread your cheeks, Speedy. Because
I'm not doing that.
I'll do something. Anyways.
We'll have Nathan do that.
I want to hit it.
Somebody's going to hit it.
A lot of hot ladies.
Nathan knows it.
Do you want to jerk me off?
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we call this the golf clap of the week.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
And my golf clap goes to Tyreek Hill, ladies and gentlemen, because the one and only Tyreek Hill is a free agent. He's off to go where he wants. as Miami decided to release him after that horrible injury this past year. Horrible, watching his knee just like completely buckle the way he did. It was disgusting. And a lot of people think that maybe Tyreek Hill won't be the same player, but something tells me that Cheetah will be back next year. I don't know at full strength, but about 95%. And a 95% Tyreek Hill is better than most 100% wide receivers. So let's think, where could Tyreek Hill go in free agency this offseason? Well, there's two teams that really stand out from all the rest, ladies and gentlemen, and that is the Kansas City Chiefs and the LA Chargers. And there's a lot of reasons why I would look at the Chargers as the front runner to get him. One, Mike McDaniel is there, and he played pretty well in that offense. Number two, that team with that offensive line is going to be elite. Justin Herbert, number three, and Jim Harbaugh, since he has come back to the NFL, 11 or more win seasons, back-to-back years. That tells, and with all the injuries they've had this past year, having almost over 11 wins, it tells me Super Bowl, Super Bowl, Super Bowl, as they might be my surprise Super Bowl contender out of the AFC. I don't know. I know we have Dylan Laube coming on. I don't know if he'll agree.
Yeah, you just named two AFC West teams.
I'm just saying. They're going to look pretty damn good. I think Slater and all coming back, and with that offensive line and with the ability they're going to have in the offseason with the money they're going to have to spend, I think they're in a driver's seat. But yeah, my golf clap of the day goes to Miami. One, they let go of the big mouth Tyreek Hill, and I don't know if it benefits them or hurts them. What it does benefit, it benefits maybe Kansas City, because they're going to be looking for a number one wide receiver, as Patrick Mahomes is going to lose one of his big targets in Travis Kelce, who hasn't announced retirement, but it seems like he is off to the wizard, he's following the yellow brick road to old Taylor Swift's house. Hopefully there's nobody hidden in the pond, because there's a couple of dead bodies found over there. Anyways, I'm just saying. Anyways, yeah. My golf clap of the day goes to the one and only Tyreek Hill. Enjoy this freedom. Hopefully it sends him back either in the red and white, or maybe I wouldn't even say it. What are the Chargers colors? Blue,
light blue, and
yellow. Orange, yellow, blue. Yes, I'm colorblind, ladies and gentlemen. Whatever the colors are. Anyways, that's my golf. And that's somebody else's bark. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a very special guest. He's never been on our show. We had his counterpartner, Chris Collier, on, but now we're going to have Mr. Laube. We will be talking to Las Vegas Raiders running back Dylan Laube. Has he been on our show before? No. So there we go. First time for everything. Maybe it won't be the last, unless we scare him away. But when we come back, Dylan Laube, Sports Minute, up next.
3, 2, 1. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, what's up? Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories for you, then we'll get to some scores this evening. The NFL won a grievance against the Players Association, ending the scourge that was the owner report cards. NFL owners like Jets owner Woody Johnson, who raises a big stink after team report cards routinely says he stinks as an owner, fought hard to end the national crisis. And thankfully now NFL owners will no longer be held publicly to account for being bad at their jobs, and in some cases, true weirdos. An arbitrator found that the report cards violated the collective bargaining agreement by disparaging NFL clubs and institutions. The report goes on to accuse the NFLPA of cherry-picking questions and having agendas and blah, 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 blah. The owners were never going to let the players speak truth to power for long, as now there is no transparency and oversight, which can truly affect change in a positive way, especially for the franchises dealing with the baby powder family wanting to turn back the clock to when their products in all their ventures could be safely recommended for use and enjoyment. In a strange story out of All-Star Weekend, Boston Celtics forward and All-Star Jaylen Brown had his event shut down by Beverly Hills police. Due to not having a permit for the event, Brown was throwing for his brand. Brown came out on Sunday before the All-Star game furious at the loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars and tons of work putting into a branding event that he claims the Beverly Hills police are lying about. In something that sounds like it's straight out of an Eddie Murphy movie from the 80s, Brown is claiming he did nothing wrong. and had permission to use the private residence in Beverly Hills, which doesn't require a permit, while the cops are claiming that Brown applied and was denied a permit for the event, but decided to hold it anyway, leading to its shutdown. I'm offended by Beverly Hills, by the statement they put out, like we applied for something and didn't get it, and we did it anyway, and we're insubordinate, Brown said after the All-Star game. I know how to follow the rules. I'm smart enough to follow the guidelines. It just seems like somebody didn't want whatever we had going on to go on because everyone else was doing something, and I'm the only one that gets shut down. The party was actually held at Brown's sponsor, Oakley's, their founder's house, Jim Jannard, who also disputed the account of the cops. It feels like a legal action is coming for Brown, and it's just another long legacy of beefs to add to the Los Angeles-Boston rivalry. Only 1 or 2 scores tonight. We're only talking about college basketball in the top 25 because hockey is in the Olympic break, and the NBA is still coming back at the All-Star break. Duke is all over Syracuse, starting in the second half, 42-26. Big game later tonight. Houston visits Iowa State in a matchup in the Big 12. Houston's ranked number 2, 23-2. Iowa State's ranked number 6, 22-3. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at Errol Marks 34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions? What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Got a hot lady. Breaking news. I'm putting you on a leash now. Breaking news. I gotta go back off.
631 672 3108. Some disco.
Holy shit. What's going on? What's going on, everyone?
What's going on, man? Remember, you're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks. No Jabba tonight. He's hanging out in Kansas City with his son, Cart, playing his second baseball game of the season. Shout out to Cart and the Chamberlain family. Hopefully he's winning. Hopefully he's kicking ass. Like I said, my name is Errol Marks. My co-host, Mr. Speedy tonight. Executive producer, you just heard him, Aaron Fishman. On the board, Tommy Poops. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 6:45 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks, and they're giving 10% off on all orders. If you're a Jabba in the Mouth fan, you can click at www.omahasteaks.com/jobinthemouth or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. If you like your steaks beefy, if you like your steaks long, thick, everything you want, you put it on a burger, smack it on a burger with some cheese. Ladies and gentlemen, 10% off, and Speedy loves his sausages. If they make Omaha steak sausages, Speedy will be all in it in many different ways than one. Ladies and gentlemen, go to Omaha Steaks, hit the Jabba in the Mouth stick or whatever, clip, and then you hit the Worldwide Sports Radio website and you can get your Omaha Steaks for 10% off. It's a great deal, ladies and gentlemen, and we're giving it to you. And all our guests, if you wanted to, we'll give you a nice steak. Speedy might give you a sausage too. Who knows? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now talking to Las Vegas Raiders running back. We spoke to Chris Collier, and now we've got Mr. Dylan Laube. Dylan, what's up, buddy?
What's going on? I mean, holy shit. The last 10 minutes that I've been watching this, the juice has been unreal. Speedy, I'm not sure if it's been like this every single show because holy shit, I came in and it's been nuts. So I fucking love it. I love it.
Thank you. It is. This show is absolutely everything that you know and you've seen every single time. This show is a little crazy, outlandishly nuts, but we know what we're talking about, and we speak from our hearts. We do our investigations. We don't copy at anybody. We don't trick anybody. Oh, this is if you know who we are, you know our personality.
New York way, baby. Come on.
We're New York guys, but we're also people that know our sports. Tell LeBron to kiss my ass. That's a lot. Anyways, we're not here to talk basketball. We're here to talk some football. And we had we had one of your buddies, Chris Collier, on the show. You're both from Long Island, Strong Island, whatever you want to call it. We're building something here in Long Island, so maybe we'll talk off air. But the Raiders are an organization that have been a laughable organization. They're an organization that a lot of people say don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to put players in the right position to succeed. You bring in Pete Carroll, who is a veteran coach that's won a Super Bowl, and in 1 year you fire him and let loose, and then they bring in now they bring in a rookie coach that's never done it but won a Super Bowl as the offensive coordinator. First, let's hear your thoughts. You have an opportunity now. You're one of those Raiders. You have a chance to speak about your new coach. Tell us what you know and what you like about your new coach.
Yeah, I mean, so overall in Vegas, when I got here, I mean, think about it. I mean, if you're that NFL, you want Vegas to win. I mean, they are trying so hard for Vegas to win, to be that kind of that bright spot in the NFL, because it's Vegas. I mean, it's the gambling capital, it's the entertainment capital. It's just nuts. It's nuts. So, I mean, from the stadium to the facilities, it's, if not one or two best in the NFL. So like overall from the experiences, besides winning games, of course, it's been unreal. But now coming to my third year with my third brand new staff, it's tough. It's tough because I mean, now you got to build yourself again. You got to reestablish yourself. So it's tough. It's tough. But what I've heard about Kubiak so far, man, I've heard he's just a bright, young, new kind of that new generational head coach type. And I think the Raiders are trying something new. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, I think. So.
I got a chance to learn a little bit about Clint Kubiak. I watched him grow up as a young kid. His father, Gary Kubiak, is a Super Bowl champion. He has two sons that are eventually, he has one that's going to be a head coach, another one that's going to be a head coach probably in a year or 2 years from now. When you look at the Kubiak family, they're very, very well knowledged when it comes to the offensive side of the ball and understand the game, the speed of the game, and the transition of offense to defense. When you look at, obviously, your game, how do you believe your game and the way you run the ball fits the Clint Kubiak type of style?
So I actually first met Coach Kubiak when he was with the Saints in 2024 when I was coming out of the combine. And it was one of those 30-team visits where they're allowed to take in 30 guys from around the NFL draft and bring in only 30 guys for each team. So the first team that I visited was the Saints, of course. And he was the OC there. And it was me, him, the head coach there, and a couple of the position coaches. And just the way he was talking was just, from a young guy, you would think that he was so well-spoken and just like so above his knowledge of age. Yeah, it was just unbelievable. I'm like, this guy's 30-something. You would think he's 50 because just the way he knows the game and he's just so smart. And just I'm that type of back where I can kind of do it all. Of course, we got Genty too, who's our main workhorse back. But I think just with knowing that from either me or Chris, we could almost be that 1-2 punch, which we also know it's the NFL too. So they're going to bring in a vet, more guys, probably more picks too. So at the end of the day, it's just a competition. So I now have to work to earn my spot in the team and now establish myself on the offense to show coach that, hey, like I truly belong.
So you mentioned all the differences with the different head coaches that you've had. Obviously, Antonio Pierce was your first year, who when Chris was on the show, he was actually mentioning because he grew up a Giants fan. He always looked up to the player. And then obviously Pete Carroll, he was only there the 1 year, but I'm sure a good veteran mentor for you. And he's been very good with running backs over the years. Even after Marshawn Lynch was there, they had all these random guys that worked out in Seattle. And then obviously now with Kubiak, like you were mentioning, like some of the differences with those head coaches, like has it helped you really grow in that running back room?
100%. 100%. I think Antonio Pierce was my first coach that really kind of showed us the kind of the toughness that kind of comes with the NFL. And he was just like that hard-nosed dude. I think he was an undrafted guy. So he always came in every single day with that chip on his shoulder. Of course, it didn't work out. But then Pete came in and he brought the juice every single day. Him being 74, you wouldn't even think he was 74. You would think he would be the complete opposite. You would think he's like 45 because just the way he controlled the room and just the way he talked and was out at practice running around. You're like, this guy's 74. Like he brought so much energy every single day. And it's just a shame because he's such a legendary coach and you would never want that kind of be his like kind of final year. But we actually saw him, me and a couple of my boys, we took a trip to Hawaii and he was there. So we actually saw him. He's doing great. He's doing fine. He's officially retired now, so he's feeling good. But Kubiak, I think, is just going to be a bright new young spot for us. I'm really, really excited to see where like he kind of brings in that new kind of spice for us.
We are talking to Las Vegas running back Dylan Laube, and he's from Long Island, Strong Island, from West Hampton Beach, New York. Played for West Hampton Beach Senior High School. By the way, I've DJ'd over there. I did some work over there.
Come on.
I know a little bit about West Hampton High School.
Had to be back in the day, though. Had to be back in the day because there's no more areas like that. Come on.
Yes, I got you, man. I did a lot of their football, football events and stuff like that.
Okay,
so,
yeah. Okay, cool.
I was there, but nevertheless, I'm here. I'm here to entertain you guys.
Do you want to jerk me off?
I don't know if you want to do that, but there is a lot to get into with the Vegas Raiders, and one of them is the number 1 pick. Now, Crosby was very upset at the end of the season because a lot of people believe that they sat Brock Bowers and really sat Crosby because they wanted to lose out. They wanted that number 1 pick. And now they have a chance to land probably the only quarterback in this class that's going to mean anything. And I'm talking about Mr. Heisman Trophy winner, Mr. Fernando Mendoza. It seems like that's the route you're going. If that is the route your Raiders go, what is it going to be like playing with a player of that magnitude, a guy that has a very unique personality, very down to earth, but a person that's kind of like he's more about reading comics than going out and partying at a club. What is your thoughts about Fernando Mendoza?
To be honest, I think that's perfect because to be honest with you, I think the way Vegas kind of works to just the personnel and the coaches, they also don't want to have just a great player, but also a person with a great character because Vegas, it's a wild place. So they don't want someone coming in their star player, their first round pick to come in and party his balls off and at the club, drugs, drinking and doing all this stuff. So they want a good Christian boy that is just locked in on the playbook. That's a great competitor. That's focused 24/7. So to be honest, it's just a perfect situation for us. So
I love Fernando Mendoza. Of course, it screws the New York Jets. I'm a Jet fan. I wanted to see him go to the Jets. I was at the Heisman Trophy dinner. I got a chance to interview him. I think he's a great kid. I think he speaks very, very well. He's a mama's boy, and you can tell that all the trials and tribulations of what his mom has been through. She's been through MS and just the type of person, what he had to do to get where he was and where he's been in Indiana. He grew up a Miami Hurricanes fan. Miami didn't want him. Nobody wanted him. He finally gets into Cal. He gets a chance to play for Cal, and then he goes into the portal, goes to Indiana, and then does what he does. And why is it? And it's quite fitting to see what happens. They go to the national championship in Miami against the Hurricanes, the team that he rooted for his whole life, and he beats them. It's an amazing story when you see that kind of personality come to the Raiders, and it has to be a leader and be a leader in a locker room with a bunch of young guys. Do you think that he would fit like a glove with some of the personalities in that locker room?
Absolutely, man. I mean, that's just a insane story and such a inspirational story too, because in that locker room too, like guys want to fight for something, and the QB is the prime position and such a key spot where they want someone that they can truly support and be like, you know what, like we want to fight for this guy. And he's a guy that just seems like he's just willing to fight for every guy in that room. So it's going to be cool to see. So if we get him, which 99% sure that we will.
100%. 100%. He's definitely
That's the
going
case. I'm not sure. Listen, it's crazy because everyone thinks that like NFL guys like know a lot more than they do, which to be honest, we don't know jack shit about anything. So when news hits, we know the exact same time as that. So it's
Dylan, watch this. Watch this. Watch
I know, it's unbelievable. I mean, if we don't draft him, it'll be insane, but it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
I know it's gonna happen. It makes me sick. Makes me sick.
So I know you do a lot of kick returning too, in addition to your role as a running back on this team. We've seen in your even before your 3 years coming into the league, them change the special teams rules a lot to try to either prevent head injuries, to prevent leg injuries, and all this stuff, and trying to make it where the offense got more of a flash on the field. But now you said the rules this year, we saw more kick returns overall. What are your thoughts on the way that they've handled the special teams, and you as a player, like between a running back and returner itself? How does it change your role in your training?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, so the NFL is a production-based league too. So now that you're increasing snap counts, where now instead of maybe getting 10 returns a year because they kick it in the back of the end zone, now you're getting 80 plus. So now that just increases your reps and your value as a player. So it's still such an insane play because it's just a giant wall. You catch the ball and you just got to run through the wall, through the smoke, and just find a hole and just go in. Half the time, it doesn't even work. So it's pure chaos, but it's still awesome.
Dylan, you could teach Speedy a little bit of finding the hole because he doesn't know how to find holes.
No, don't take offense to this. I'm sure you're a great teacher. It's not going to help me.
Bagel hole. I farted.
Yeah, there's a better chance of me finding bagel holes.
Butt plug.
Jesus Christ.
No, I'm not going to find any butt plugs, Nathan.
Oh, God.
But there it is. The glory.
Oh, there it is. Yep, bingo.
Glory days or glory holes. So you have the Raiders, an organization, like I said, they've been a laughing stock. You have an owner that moved you guys to Vegas. You have one of the nicest stadiums in all of football. You have an interesting crowd. You have a lot of the Raider fans travel from Oakland all the way and pack out that stadium, which is pretty damn amazing. It really is. You look at this team, and I look, first of all, I know Ashton. I got a chance to meet him last year at the Heisman Trophy dinner.
Awesome.
I think he was robbed. I think he was robbed because the Gremlin, Mr. Travis the Gremlin Hunter, should not have won the Heisman. I don't care what anybody says. I was there. I was shocked. Everything fell out of my mouth. And I couldn't stand looking at that smile when he went up there. I mean, we'll show you what he looks like. But he makes me sick. Ashton is a young, kind, collective guy. Beast of a man, can run through defensive lines. There he is. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. The Gremlin himself. He calls himself the unicorn. I call him the Gremlin. Anyways, you look at the talent that you have on this roster, and there's a lot of questions to it. They still need to build, and I think that Ashton will be the veteran on this team. Would it be crazy to think that you and Chris would be 2 and 3 on this roster now after Mostert probably is done? He's probably retiring this year, which we've heard a lot of good things about him and his leadership. Could you see you guys yourselves as 1 and 2 on the depth charts?
Yeah, why not? I mean, who says we can't? So, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's how we perform in camp, in the off season, how we train. So, once again, you know that they're gonna bring in a couple of vets, maybe a draft pick. Who knows? But at the end of the day, it's kind of up to me and Chris to show it, and it's really in our hands because the only backs that are truly signed are me, Chris, and Genty. So as of now, it's just us 3, which obviously it's gonna be more. But yeah, I mean, shoot, man, why not? So I'm excited for that.
Well, here I got, we know the Giants had 3 running backs in the time they were Super Bowl champions with Jacobs and Bradshaw and Ward. So they called themselves Earth, Wind, Fire. So why don't we call you guys Run, Gun, and Shoot? How's that?
I love it.
I don't listen. Let's keep it away from anybody that plays with the Memphis Grizzlies. Because John Moran is the guy that you don't want to bring up that terminology to.
Strays for everyone.
Yeah, I'll probably be hiding under a desk or something if I'm around John Durant. Run, gun, and shoot. Hit the deck. He's on his way. I'm just saying. But run, gun, and shoot. What about that? Or we could think of a name like, I don't know. It just popped in my head. Run, gun, and shoot. I mean, you guys have an opportunity to be very special. I think Ashton Genty is a unique runner. He could do everything on the football field. We got a chance to see a little bit of his ability in the second half of the season. But I just think that your offensive line was horrible this year. They didn't give him enough, room to run. He didn't give you really, all of you guys couldn't run the ball because your offensive line was so bad. What do you think the Raiders need to do this offseason to make the offensive line a better transition for you guys as running backs?
Well, I think what helps the offensive line too is not just the run game, but the pass game too, with receivers, a QB, a great running back, which we already have. And then, I mean, think about it. 3 of our 5 guys were all hurt this year on our front 5. So it's just, I mean, it sucks. But I think they're going to go after some guys, either with picks or vets. And
Who would you want? Speedy, get up the list of guys that are available right now for free agency as offensive linemen. We give you 3 names. You give us 1 through 3 in order. Your number 1 guy, your number 2 guy, your number 3 guy. And I'll make it happen. I'll reach out to the GM and say, listen, make this happen because our friend Dylan Laube won. I'm going to do it. I'm going to pull the trigger, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to just reach out. I'll write a letter. I'll
get the most cap space, man. It makes sense.
I'll take a dump in a box and I'll send it over there with a nice little bow on it. I'll do something. Anyway.
Hey, I mean, to be honest, we could probably get all 3 because I think we have like 80 million in fucking cap space here. So I mean, we got enough for them. So I think
you have the number 2 amount of money in the offseason. All right, Speedy, who do we got?
All right, so the top 3 tackles. We'll start with those. Rasheed Walker from the Green Bay Packers, Braden Smith, who I like a lot, from the Indianapolis Colts, and then New York Giants, Jermaine Illuminor, who the Giants are not going to be able to keep.
Well, the Raiders had him too.
And the Raiders had him, so maybe there's a reuniting. And then also on the interior, you got Tyler Linderbaum, still with the Ravens, Connor McGovern with the Buffalo Bills, was previously with the Jets, and Joel Bitonio, a pretty good veteran.
Stay away from McGovern. You don't want Connor McGovern. But all right, so give us your top 3. Speedy, give them the names again.
All right, so Rasheed Walker, Braden Smith.
Just give the last names. He knows who they are.
And then Linderbaum, and Govern Bitonio.
So the 2 guys, because we already have a great tackle, which is Colton Miller, but he was hurt. So I think you guys start with the tackle on the opposite side. So I think I like what you said with Braden Smith would be a big one. And then we go with the interior, who I liked a lot because we've played them now twice, was Lindenbaum, who I really liked a lot. Those would be my 2 guys that I know are big money, but I mean, hey, listen, I played both of them, so.
You got it. All right, let's spin the wheel, make the deal. Speedy, give me a phone call. Let me reach out to Mr. Davis. I got a bone to pick with him, and hopefully he's not boning anybody else.
You're talking about my bosses. I can't say anything about this.
I know he's your boss, but I look at the girls that guy's sleeping with. Jesus Christ. I mean, they're 40 years younger than him. Listen, I need to teach him how to cut his hair, man. I mean, that hairdo needs a little changing. Or maybe I should throw him another bone. Give him a hat. Give him one of those beanies that Fish wears all show long. Something to hide that ugly hair. But I like Davis, by the way. I like him as an owner. I'm not going to say anything bad. Go ahead, Speedy.
All right, I want to switch the angles. You played at New Hampshire, University of New Hampshire, at a FCS school. We had a Giants linebacker, ex-linebacker Gary Reasons on last week. He was talking about his journey playing at Northwestern State in Louisiana, which was also an FCS school. So what are some advice you could give to anyone that coming from any of those schools on your NFL journey, that how you got there from a school like New Hampshire?
Yeah, I mean, just from my experience and just seeing my other teammates who I think a lot of people coming from the FCS don't think that they belong in the NFL maybe. And maybe initially it's their dream is to go to the NFL. And then as they become a junior and senior, it kind of slowly fades away because they just know it's just a very hard chance to make it. But I always kind of just stayed the course, did my job every single day, put my head down, just went. And I think if you just be super consistent in what you do and what you truly believe in, I think it will work out. So that's kind of been my kind of motto throughout my career since high school, college, and now the NFL. So
we are talking to Las Vegas Raiders running back Dylan Laube. And listen, that is his pet peeve, ladies and gentlemen. Put your head down and maybe something will happen.
I can't say anything. You know what? I can't say anything around you.
Oh, man. When you come on this show, listen, we have some fun. We're not going to sit here and be boring. This is not one of those interviews. Hey, guys, we're going to ask you the same question everybody and their mother asks you. We don't do we want to have fun with you. We want you to understand that, shows is entertainment. Sports is entertainment. It's become more understanding with fantasy and obviously sports betting. So I think the one thing I think a lot of sports shows are missing is comedy and being yourselves and not having people tell you, hey, make sure you say this or make sure you don't say that. I think it's so pathetically boring, and I don't want to do that. I want you, when you leave the show, wow, that show is crazy. That's one of the best shows I've ever been on. That's
Definitely
what I want.
is.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Dylan. So we look at the game, and I don't know what you grew up here in Long Island. So who did you root for as a kid? Was it the Jets or the Giants?
It was the Giants.
So he's a Giant fan, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got 3 Giant fans here at the studio. We got Mr. Fish, who you heard as the executive producer, Mr. Speedy Petey, who just asked you a question, and Tommy Poops. If he's not on the toilet, he's rooting for the Giants. So you look at, obviously, the Giants organization as a fan. Just him. Do you like John Harbaugh as a hire? Do you think that'll fit over there? Do you think it's a home run? Or do you think they should have went another way, another path to help a guy like Jackson Dart as a young player develop as a quarterback? Maybe a Mike McCarthy. Do you think they made the right choice?
I actually love it. I think John coming out was probably, if not one of the best coaches to either be in for free agency between him and Tomlin too. I was like, how can a franchise let these 2 guys go? And they did. And I think Giants made a great choice. And now they got a Hall of Fame coach who's a Super Bowl champ. So, I mean, it's an easy choice.
So I want to further on with the Giants a little bit. Obviously, they made the controversial decision 2 years ago, getting rid of Saquon Barkley, and that was a big debate at the time. Oh, do you pay a running back? Do you not pay a running back? And obviously, we've seen.
Boy, they regret that.
We've seen obviously some good teams not pay him and make it work out, but you really need either the offensive coach and the quarterback. The Giants didn't have either one of those. They just have Joe Shane, who's been practically downgraded to like scout team at this point with the new ownership coming in there. So, what are your overall impressions with the state of running backs across the league, and obviously in relation to how really was rock bottom for the Giants?
Yeah, I think they're definitely undervalued, but at the same time, like Saquon 2 going to Philly, I think they kind of built around him too. They had an unbelievable offensive line. They had a good QB. They had great weapons, a great defense. And if you have that with a all-star back, man, it's just so hard to lose games because he was untouched for so many runs. And if he's one-on-one with the safety, a cornerback, I mean, I'm banking on him every single time. It just sucks because the Giants had such a great player with him, and he was unbelievable. It just didn't work out. And I think at the time, backs were very undervalued, and they thought they could get something better, and he became a Super Bowl champ the next year. So, I mean, I can't say much about that.
Dylan, the New England Patriots had 3 losses, and one of the losses were to your Raiders.
Come on, baby. Yep.
Of the season. Now, I thought they were blown out of proportion all season long as far as their team and how good they were because they had one of the easiest schedules the NFL has ever seen. Actually, the 5th easiest schedule when it comes to numbers in NFL history. When you look at, absolutely. Yep. So you look at Drake May and you saw what he did in the playoffs. What was the number? What was the analytic?
So he had Drake May, for a quarterback that played 3 games or more in the playoffs, had the lowest rated EPA in NFL history at like minus 41.2, I believe it was.
So think about this. He was an MVP candidate, almost won the MVP. And I said it. he had a great season, but they played nothing. And if you look at their division, you had to play Miami and the Jets twice, which was an easy free-for-all for them because of all the stuff that we've seen this year. So you think about it that way. And I said, if Drake May is really an elite quarterback, because me and my friend, my pal, who used to do a show together, he came out to me and he says, Drake May will be an MVP candidate and an elite player within 3 years. Well, because he had this easy schedule, he was an elite player this year and a top 3 quarterback. And I said, that's nothing. That doesn't sell me. That doesn't. I said he was right, but I want to see him against good talent next year. My argument here was, let's see how he does in the playoffs against elite AFC teams and elite defenses. And boy, oh boy, he didn't disappoint me at all. I haven't heard from Mikey C since the time he called this show and blabbered his fat mouth. So if you listen to Mikey, eat crap.
He's stress eating a bunch of Oreos.
Crap. Now, you watch Drake May right now, my friend. Is Drake May an elite quarterback in this league? Be honest. Don't worry. I'll protect you.
So, you know what? I don't think I've watched enough film on him. Yeah. So I want to give him his flowers and say he did make it to the Super Bowl, even though he had an unbelievable team. I mean, I think he's a great QB. But once again, I haven't watched enough film on him. But I mean, that team from coming 5-12 to now, they were 14-3 or something like that, or yeah. So I mean, they had to do something right. It could have been Mike Vrabel. It could have been Drake May. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, a quarterback is the main kind of centerpiece of every single team. So, I mean, they went 13-4. So, I mean, you can't say much about that. So,
please. I know you're trying I know you're trying to be nice. All right, Dylan. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to speak for you in like your shadow here. And
okay.
The answer would be he blew and he was overrated. And we'll see what he does against top number 1 teams next year when his schedule is even harder than it was this year. So blow it out of your ass, Patriot fan. That's what I'd say. Anyways, by the way, we are talking to Las Vegas Raiders running back Dylan Laube. Is a Long Island native. We talked to Chris Collier. Now, Dylan, I look at the league, and there's a lot of things that just make me want to shoot myself in the head. Not literally, but sometimes I want to smack myself in the head when I'm looking in the mirror.
Or we got John Morant for that.
Yeah, that's too. I really shoot himself in the head. Said everybody else in many different ways. Here's the thing. I look at the league and I look at the game, and what really turns me off about it is they've turned it into an offensive style of game. But defenses who are elite have to show up in the big game to win those games. And if you watch what Seattle did to the Patriots in Super Bowl 60, that just tells you why I believe, as far as winning championships, defense is more important than any other position. Absolutely. You look at your team, you have one of the more dominant defensive forces in all of the league in Crosby. Now, what type of player, what type of person is he in the locker room as a leader, as a friend? We know he knows how to dress, and we know he's covered with tattoos. What type of person is he?
He's the man. I mean, he's actually like truly the man. When I got drafted, so I was drafted in the 6th round in 2024. He texted me immediately on X, I'm pretty sure. And he gave me his number immediately and was like, hey, if you need anything, please don't hesitate and just text me. And that's just the guy. He texts every rookie that, making sure that if they ever need anything, he's there for them. And that's just like who he is as a person. And even in the locker room too, he's the same way. He'll go up to every single person on the staff and just have a conversation with every single person. He's just such a humble individual, but at the same time, he works his ass off, from in the weight room to on the field, off the field. He's super strict with every single thing he does. He's just so he does the same thing just over and again, and just it's never like a missed day. He never sleeps in. He's there at the same time, which I'm pretty sure he's at the facility 5:30 every single day, and then he doesn't leave till 5 p.m. every single day. So he's never not there at those times. He's there every single day, no matter what. He's sober too, so he doesn't do any drugs, alcohol. Like he's just a clean guy, and he's just unbelievable. So there's a reason why he's one of the best, and it's because of the way he works in the facility, off the field, in practice. He just lays people out 24/7. It could be a walkthrough practice. He's laying people out. So it's he's just a whole different animal, which it makes sense.
All right, I want to shift gears to another team that Errol doesn't like very much, and that's the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm sure you, as a Raiders guy, is kind of annoyed with all the attention they were getting over the last couple of years.
Gin and tonic.
Yes, I think a lot of people needed a gin and tonic. Watching the calls that the Chiefs got, a lot of referee controversy with that, and obviously all the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift stuff. Like, what are your thoughts on all that as a division rival?
I mean, this year was their worst year in a long time, so it was awesome to see. And we beat them the last game, which I understand half the team was hurt, but we beat them, and it was like our Super Bowl, because that was actually our first time beating the Chiefs in Las Vegas ever. So I think that was our first time in 7 years or so.
Yeah, the last year was COVID. In the 2020 year, they beat them in Kansas City. Yeah.
Yes. So that was our first time. So that was our Super Bowl. But yeah, I mean, every single time we play them, we bring up the same thing with Taylor Swift, Kelce, fucking Mahomes, all those main guys, and just know that they are the main guys in the NFL, and we just gotta beat the shit out of them every single game. And like that's the game that we circle every single year. And this year, the first game was tough. It was. I think we lost like 31-0. It was a tough one, but then we finally came back and won. So it was cool.
All right, quickly. Who's your favorite player on your team? Who's your best friend on the team? One. And number two, when you came to the team, who was the guy that gave you the most crap? Or who was the guy that picked on you the most?
All right. So my best friend, he's a special teams dog. So we are on every single thing together. It's Tommy Eichenberg. He's a dog. He's an absolute dog. He's a special teams demon. He's probably going to be a starting backer either this year or very soon. The most guy that gave me crap, it wasn't too bad. So I would say the running back room, we had a couple guys which are still like my best friends. Amir Abdullah and Alexander Madison were both vets. They were just busting my balls all the time, every single day. But then it's like we would go back and forth though. But like since I'm a rookie though, they were just going back and forth. I'm like, all right, guys, funny. And they just like give me so many fines of like bullshit excuses where I had to pay a fine for, I don't know, some stupid joke that I made, or like something that was that made no sense at all. So it was all fun and games, but at the end of the day, like, those were my two main guys. But at the same time, they probably gave me a lot of shit, but it was a good time.
All right, Dylan. We're going to let you go, but I want to get you on the show again. I want to get Chris Collier on the show with you, because I think it'll be great. Two Long Island natives. And I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you offset, because I'm doing something with Chris here on Long Island to talk to 300 of the top 495 elite players here in Long Island. I would love for you and Chris to show up 100%. And speak to the fans and to these kids and tell them your story. I think it would be great, being that you guys 100%. Are Long Island natives. So we'll talk off air. Okay, give Speedy your number, and I'll talk to you off. But we appreciate the time, man. Great, you're a great personality. I wish you guys nothing but the best. You're a guy. You're Long Island guys, so I'm rooting for you guys. I want to see you guys stars in the league. Both of you guys play a big part.
We're playing the Jets this year. At the Jets, I'm pretty sure. So
let's get up. Let's get up, man.
Or if you won, or if you guys won, you guys come to Vegas. I mean, that's not a bad little choice either. So
see, Dylan, you could be the first running back to come through on having us come to a Jets game, because Brandon Jacobs wasn't willing.
No, listen, Dylan, you if you could get us somewhere close to you guys and just hang out with you guys down there, we'll be there. We'll be there, dude. I will. Okay. I will be in tune with you guys, and listen, everything that you guys do and what you guys stand for Long Island sports, is the world to me. I love to watch hometown guys really become great players and become faces in a sport that's so very hard to break through in. So
I appreciate that.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Let's talk. Get Speedy.
Please. Of course. All right, guys. I appreciate you guys. Peace, guys.
Dylan Laube, ladies and gentlemen, Las Vegas Raiders running back, the Louster, the Laube. What did I call him? Run, gun, and shoot. There you go. Run, gun, shoot. I don't know who I'm going to give the gun to.
Just not John Morant.
Keep it from John Morant, ladies and gentlemen. Stay far, far away from Mr. Ja, as he calls himself. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this.
So, Errol, this is not Save Your Tears. We don't have a drop for this. I want you to take a break because we're going to do something a little special right now. We have no sports on tonight, so we're going to do a fantasy basketball draft with the guys on the show. Nathan, you're in the backstage. We're going to have you draft the team for Jabba tonight. You want to come on in? So come on in. Here's the Nith. So you're going to do this, and I'm just going to show you. It's real simple. It's a collective points league. It's for the rest of the season. It doesn't matter. You don't have to set any lineups. You just have to pick the best center, the best power forward, small forward, shooting guard, point guard, and a sixth-man / utility spot in this round. We're going to then have the second set of rounds at the end of the show for your backups. Whichever one of your two guys that you have at those positions has more points at the end of the season, they're the guy that counts for your total score. And then we will do our usual compliment chorus weekly on who's in first, second, and third. And this one, the standings matter, Errol. We're going to talk about it. Maybe we'll put some money on it. We'll decide once we start it next week. So here it is. Let me show you the board to start. And we're just going to have it since, Speedy, you were the champion of Save Your Tears.
Hold on. He can't get first place every time. And that's why he's first place.
No, she's right. I've only won one NBA one ever.
That's not fair.
He won the regular season, then he won the playoffs.
Yeah, well, because he got 3 extra points, 3 or 4 extra points.
Well, I wasn't giving him an extra pick. I was just telling him to make the order. That's all I was gonna say.
All right. You pick.
So, Speedy, what's the order of the draft? You get to pick first pick if you want it.
No. I will let's go. Nathan will go first because that would be very interesting. I'll have Errol go second. Let's say you third, me, and then Tommy.
All right, so it's going to be Nith, Errol, me, Speedy, Tommy. That's correct?
Yep.
All right. Nathan, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you I'm going to pull this down. We're not going to keep this up anymore. This is just what I'm going to have in the backstage. And then I'm going to show you the actual player pool that we have in our league on Yahoo. It's using Yahoo's scoring because I added 2 points for a double-double, 3 points for a triple-double. Not sure if that makes it 5 points for a triple-double, but that was what I was intending. So here is the picks. Whatever it is, you pick whatever position they're listed at. That's the position you lock it in on your roster from today on forward. So if you want Luka as a point guard, he's a point guard. If you want him as a shooting guard, he's a shooting guard. Nathan, make your pick.
All right. So for Jabba, for point guard, I'm going to go.
You don't have to pick a point guard. You can pick any position, any player.
All right, I'm going to pick Luka.
All right. Point guard or shooting guard?
Shooting guard.
All right. So we're going to put Luka at shooting guard for Nathan. All right. Errol.
I'm going to get Wembanyama.
Do you want him at power forward or center?
I guess I'll take him at power forward.
All right, Wemby at power forward. I go next. I will be taking Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and I will be putting him at the only position he has, which is point guard. And then that goes to Speedy. And let me just get back to the screen so you can see the other spots. All right. So, again, it's not going to delete off. I'm not going to move that quick. We have some at small forward. We didn't really look at it. Amen Thompson. This is the projected rest of the season points. Over here, you get 1.5 points for a steal or a block, 1.2 points for a rebound, Something similar for an assist. I forget what it is, Speedy, but it works a similar way as the daily fantasy would work. So it's the same system we've always used. And 1 point for a point. So, guys, this is how it works. You got center over here. What do you got, Speedy?
Give me... I guess I'll take Jokic. I'll just take the best player for now, and I'll judge the position later.
All right, so let's put Jokic in at center for Speedy. And that gives us Tommy for 2!
Give me Jalen Brunson. And then if we're also going center... Ooh. Somebody already went Wemby, right? I think
Yes,
you want Wemby.
Wemby and Jokic are gone.
And nobody went Giannis, right? I'll go Giannis then.
All right, and that's Giannis. They say he's coming back. Looks like he will be pretty soon. So we got Giannis and Brunson. Do you want him at power forward or center?
Give me Giannis at center.
All right. Back to Speedy.
Give me Cade Cunningham.
All right. Do you want Cade at...
Snake draft.
No.
What, snake draft?
Yeah, it's like fantasy.
Yeah, it's going back.
That's how everyone does the draft.
No,
Do you want point guard or shooting guard?
Point guard.
All right. So Cade goes to point. All right. That brings it back to me. I already took a point guard, so it looks like I'm going to go the other route. Ooh, that's interesting. All right, I'm going to go with Sengun at center. Give me Alperen Sengun. All right, Errol.
Where are the point guards?
Coming right back. So we already have Cade. The top 3 are gone. That's what's left.
Give me Anthony Edwards.
All right. You want him at point or 2 guard?
2.
All right. Putting Ant Edwards at 2 guard. All right. That now brings us back to Nathan for 2.
I'm going Tyrese Maxey at point guard.
All right.
And then I'm going to go Pablo Pancaro at center.
All right. And Paolo going at center for Paolo. All right. Let's bring it back to Errol.
I'm gonna go. Who's the big man? Centers.
So the top 5 are gone. This is what's left.
Go back to point guard. I'm gonna go with Donovan Mitchell.
All right, Donovan Mitchell, and you're putting him at point. Spider Mitchell. All right, and that brings it back to me. I've already taken a center and a point guard. No one's gone to small forward. Maybe I should go venture over there and see what's around. It's like a lot of guys around the same amount of points. So that would be kind of a waste of my money, my equity. Interesting. Well, I guess power forward's a little bit more desperate. So I'm going to go and take Kawhi, who's been on fire the second half of the season, most of the season after that slow start for that whole team. I'm going to put him at power forward. All right, let's move on. Next is Mr. Speedy.
Again, and go back to the small forward because I don't have any of those either.
Yep. Here we go. So really, the only one on this list that's gone is Kawhi.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. They're all with a similar point total. So I'm actually going to take a guy that's played pretty much every possession.
Let's go.
And I'm going to take Scotty Barnes.
Jesus, why do you?
All right, so you can put him at 4 different positions. Where do you want to put him?
I'm going to put him at small forward.
All right, so Scotty Barnes for small forward. All right, and now that brings us to where am I right now? It should be Tommy, right?
Yeah, for 2 again, right?
For 2!
All right, so for my shooting guard, I'm going to go Jaylen Brown.
All right, so we're going to put Jaylen Brown at 2 guard. And guys, we do get a utility spot, so you can double up if you want to.
Now, I'm going to go Kevin Durant, and I'm going to put him specifically at power forward.
All right, and KD at power forward. So I got Jaylen Brown and KD. Not a bad wraparound right there. Back to Speedy.
Go back to the centers now.
Back to the centers for Speedy. Here we go.
All right,
Looks like we're up to here.
I'll take Towns, and I'll put him at power forward for now.
All right, so Speedy's going to take Towns, the big cat, and put him at the 4. All right, that brings it back to me. I need a 2 and a 3, but it's an interesting strategy by Speedy. But I think I need to go and get someone who I really like, and I think he's going to finish the season strong, and he's the next guy on this list. It's Jalen Johnson. Give me Jalen Johnson, and I'm going to put him at the 3. All right, and then that brings us to Errol. Center and small forward and utility.
We'll go to each and every one of them because I guess I picked at a wrong position because there's nobody on this board that I want.
So here's center. We're down to past Towns, so this is everyone that's left at center and their estimated points. And I said you needed a 3. Let me show you 3. A lot of 3s left still.
Give me go back to centers. Bring it down. No, don't bring it all the way down. Bring it up.
No, this is where it is. This is everyone that's left. Everyone else is taken.
Give me Evan Mobley.
All right, Mobley for Errol.
How long has he been out?
Let's take a look what it says. Should return right after the All-Star break. So should be back. All right, so back to what are we up to? Nithin now?
Yep, I think so.
Nithin for 2.
For my small forward, I'm going LeBron James.
All right, Nithin's going to put LeBron at small forward.
And then for my utility, I'm going to go Chet Holmgren.
And you're going to put Chet. Now, you still have power forward available. Why don't we put that there?
Okay, yeah.
That doesn't make sense. So you can put any position at utility.
Yeah.
All right. So that's your starting 5. You got Maxey, Luka, LeBron, Chet, and Paolo. Not bad for the Jabba Nith Foundation. All right. Moving back to, is that 2?
Yeah, that's 2. That's 2.
All right. Let's go the other way. Errol.
Small forward.
So Durant, Kawhi, Brown, and so basically these guys are gone. Amen Thompson's still available at the top of this list.
Give me him.
And yep, Amen Thompson. Thompson. All right, goes back to me. I have a need at 2 guard. And it looks like Devin Booker is just sitting there for me, or James Harden. Ooh. I don't like really Harden to be healthy and to play all the games. I like Booker too. Give me Booker. All right, and that brings us to Speedy.
And I'll take to stack with Jokic. I'll take Murray.
Say that one more time.
I mean, it's Jamal Murray with Jokic.
Jamal Murray. All right, and now Tommy, you need a small forward and then any position at all.
Quick question: could I move Julius? Could I move Kevin Durant to small forward and put Julius Randle as my power forward?
Yes, you can.
All right, I'll do that then. And then for my utility, I'm gonna go Derek White as my utility.
All right, we got Derek White over at util. All right, back to Speedy. Any position. Everyone has a grab bag. Let me just put it up to the utility spot.
All right, I'm going to take the Portland big man, Avdia. I think he had 3 possessions.
Denny Avdia?
Yep.
All right. So it looks like we are. All right, so Avdia. Speedy. From Israel, Avdia. I will be then. I guess that gives me the big man himself, who's much better when he's not so big. Why did I just close that? Mr. James Harden, putting him over there at the util. All right, up to Errol, utility.
Go through them. I don't even know who's available.
All right, so it looks like we have everybody on here. Embiid's available. Ja Morant's available.
Want 'em.
Trae Young's available, but I don't know if those guys are playing too much. Let's go to the next set of guys. After that, looks like we've got Michael Porter Jr.
Don't want him.
Desmond Bane. Here we go. Avdia is taken. So here's the next set of guys. Desmond Bane, Kevin Porter Jr., Cooper Flagg, Steph Curry, Garland, Jalen Duren, Austin Reeves, Siakam.
Give me Steph Curry.
All right.
How long is he injured? Is he coming back?
Says Curry.
What's it say?
It doesn't say. It just says he isn't coming back until they don't play again until the 19th. So, which is
Does he have
Wednesday.
a bad injury? What does he have?
It says tissue injury.
All right, give me Steph Curry. I'll take Steph.
All right, Steph Curry for you still.
Actually, okay, all right, that's fine.
All right, and then Nathan, finish us up.
Did someone take Devin Booker yet?
Yeah, I took him.
Okay. I'm going to go Austin Reeves.
All right, and then that's going to finish the first round of our draft. We're going to do a second one at the end of the show for our backups. And again, we'll be keeping up with this throughout the year for different types of gimmicks. This is the first half of the fantasy
First
draft.
place to draft in this draft because there's 5 teams is second, and that's where I was sitting. So, don't I love it? Anyways, let me see what are the teams right now. Do we have it up?
So
there?
let me pull it up. Hold on 1 second. I gotta undo it and then redo it. This is the full board as of right now. You can see Errol's team is Spider Mitchell, Ann Edwards, Amen Thompson, Wemby, Evan Mobley, and Steph Curry. Nathan's got Maxey, Luka, LeBron, Chet, Paolo, and Austin Reeves. Speedy's got Cade Cunningham, Jamal Murray, Scotty Barnes, Kat, Jokic, and Denny Avdia. I've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Devin Booker, Jalen Johnson, Kawhi Leonard, Alperen Sengun, and James Harden. And Tommy's got Jalen Brunson, Jalen Brown, KD, Julius Randle, Giannis, and Derek White. We'll get our backups later on in the show.
All right. Now I gotta smallen out this because I don't like you can't really see anything with this little little thing over here. So I'm trying to fix this while we're doing that. Anyways, what is wrong with this tonight? All right, here it is. All right. That's why I don't like doing fantasy on our live show. Anyways, the New York Yankees Daily News, Gary Phillips reported Sunday that both outfielders Jason Dominguez and Spencer Jones are not likely to be on the Yankees opening day roster. GM Brian Cashman mentioned how Dominguez getting everyday reps is in the best interest for his development at 23 years old, and he is likely to start this season in AAA after the re-signing of Cody Bellinger and Trent Grisham in the offseason. Dominguez will still likely compete for the final spot with the Yankees and the Yankees bench with the utility man Oswaldo Cabrera, but it will be hard to find a spot in the outfield with Judge, Grisham, and Bellinger already there, and Stanton at the DH. If the intention is the Martian to get regular reps, manager Aaron Boone discussed trying Dominguez at center field, which is absolutely horrible, although he struggled in left field last season, eventually costing him playing time in late season and playoffs. Another top Yankee prospect and outfielder Spencer Jones is listed behind Dominguez on the Yankees depth charts. Cashman also was quoted saying that Jones is blocked in both the outfield and at first base, with them bringing back Paul Goldschmidt, and still having Ben Rice and Austin Wells. Cashman added that he thinks Jones is instantly good enough to start for another team right now if he's traded, but still saying that the Yankees organization is the best for him in his success. Between AA and AAA last season, Jones had a .274 average, a .932 OPS, 35 home runs, and 80 RBIs in 116 games. I think it's an absolute joke if the New York Yankees decide to part ways with Spencer Jones. You have a young stud, a left-handed power hitter, and is the complete opposite of Aaron Judge. Now, I'm not saying he's Aaron Judge, but when Aaron Judge was a first-round talent, a lot of people thought he might not be able to hit in the league because he strikes out a lot. The same thing is going on with Spencer Jones. Now, he's changed his swing. He still hit 35 home runs last year, and he still hit 80 RBIs. Finding a guy that hits 30 and 100 at his age is not, they don't grow on trees. As we said that about, guys that came from the Mets. Mets decided to part ways with Pete Alonso, and he goes to Baltimore. Did they fill in his spot the right way after losing him? No, they added Simeons and they added Jorge, right? Polanco. And you're adding two players for one when you would have gotten Pete Alonso probably cheaper than both of those guys. I just think that obviously the New York Yankees are bringing back Paul Goldschmidt. So Spencer Jones moving to first base doesn't make any sense, but why not try him there during the preseason? Why not try him in spring training to see if he can actually play at first base? And to say that Dominguez is a better fit at center field or playing him out in center field, if he can't catch in left field, what makes you think he can catch in center field when he's got to cover more ground? It makes no sense. No sense. What it tells me right now with the New York Yankees is they're going to part ways with Spencer Jones. They're looking at him as a trade chip. And if that's the case, they better get a lot back for this kid, because I think he's the best prospect right now in the Yankees farm system. And we talk really a lot of different experts that we've had on the show. And we've talked about who he is as a player. This kid could really develop into a star. Now, usually when the Yankees trade these guys, they never turn into anything. I just think about it. You look at the Mets and some of the players that the Mets have traded over the last couple of years, they have turned into something after they leave. Ask the Cubs. They got a pretty nice player right now in center field that can catch the ball and hit the ball. So I'm not saying that the Mets made the wrong decision, but when you go back in time and you look at the Mets and how much money they've spent on guys like Juan Soto and obviously the guys that they've brought in this offseason, or even a guy that's playing third base that's never played third base in his career, and Bo Bichette, you question if Brian Cashman is putting this team in the right position for their future. Now, I didn't like the Grisham signing, but they didn't sign him for that long. I think they signed him 2 years. So it's not like they overpaid for a guy like Grisham, but Grisham is not an everyday player. And I don't care what the Yankees think of him and what kind of season he had this year. He is not an everyday player. If he was, a lot of teams would have pressed and made a move for him in the offseason. He didn't get a lot of money. He got a couple, 20-something million dollars. For a backup player, I think he was overpaid for the New York Yankees. Now, I look at this team and the roster. This is still a roster that's top 3 in the American League. That's not saying much, because if I look at the National League right now with the Braves coming back full strength, and we'll see how good they are and how healthy they're going to be this year. But the Braves have a very good farm system. I expect highly of the Braves this year. You know the Mets are going to compete, but if they don't choke at the end of the season, the Cubs are going to be good this year. I expect St. Louis, with the farm system they have and some of the players they're going to be bringing up, will be a lot better than they were last year. So there are teams, and especially in the Dodgers division, they have 3 competent teams that can play. The Diamondbacks are going to be good this year, as we expect them to be. The Dodgers, obviously, adding another power bat in the lineup. And the Padres, they're going to be good again this year, bringing back Michael King. This is still a very good, very talented roster. What bothers me right now with the Yankees is does Brian Cashman actually know what he's doing? And when Brian Cashman is throwing young kids on the bus or saying that he would be better off playing either he's going to be blocked or he's better off playing for another team, another organization. What does that say about the Yankees youth? Because let's be honest. I think Volpe is going to be better than he was last year. But am I putting all my eggs in Volpe's basket when Aaron Judge retires or steps away from baseball? Is he the guy that I'm building my roster around? Is he the next captain, the next leader of this foundation of players that they're going to have in the future? The answer would be, as of right now, no. And Jason Dominguez is not the guy either. And the fact that Jason Dominguez is in front of Spencer Jones, we've seen enough of Jason Dominguez and what they call the Martian to say that he is a second-tier player at best. I don't think he's going to be a star in this league. He's a switch hitter, and everybody thought when he came from the Dominican Republic and how much the Yankees paid internationally to bring him here. I think they overpaid him, and they were overcharged for a player that really hasn't developed into the player. And Floria, remember him? This is a guy that was a highly profile player, center fielder, up and coming superstar for the Yankees. And the guy gets hurt, can't stay healthy, and never really developed into the player that they thought he was going to be. Now he's bounced around with different organizations, one of them the Boston Red Sox. And how did that benefit the Yankees and their foundation of youth in their farm system? This is a terrible, terrible take by Brian Cashman. And it just tells me that Brian Cashman's willing and able to just part ways with a young stud, a young bat, which, by the way, the Yankees haven't brought in since Aaron Judge. Think about it. The studs that they've brought in were all free agents, guys that were not part of the organization. Bellinger is not a Yankee. He came from the Dodgers organization before he jumped to the Cubs. So they're bringing in free agents. They're doing what the Mets are doing right now, and it doesn't work. You have a homegrown player, first-round talent that you can develop and bring him up slowly but surely. He's 24 years old. He's still fairly young. Why are you deciding, hey, you know what? We can get another piece. We can get a third baseman, or we can get a second baseman or shortstop, and maybe we tatty them up and pair them up with Jazz Chisholm and himself, and get themselves another superstar to play with the Yankees. I don't know right now if the Yankees actually know what they're doing and if Brian Cashman is the right guy to make that decision. If I was Hal Steinbrenner right now, I block any trades for a guy, a young guy like a Spencer Jones. I think Spencer Jones has the opportunity to be a star here with the Yankees. The porch is built for his swing is built for the porch in Yankee Stadium. It doesn't make any sense. All the takes of Brian Cashman, and I know, obviously, I wasn't here when you guys got a chance to interview Gary Phillips. So I wasn't here when that happened. I was in Florida. But Gary Phillips posting this and bringing this story out, it only gets me to think that, is this the last hurrah for Brian Cashman? Is Brian Cashman going to be parting ways with the New York Yankees if the Yankees fail to get themselves into the World Series this year? And the answer is probably yes. So maybe he's willing and able to move for Spencer Jones because he's trying to save his ass. He's trying to save his position as the GM of the New York Yankees. Or is he really trying to get himself fired? Because you're not trading away a young piece that everybody's been talking about. We have had experts on the show. We've had guys that are scouts that have been very successful, that have scouted some great players in the MLB, that have made it to the MLB and made it as a success story as a player. And now you're hearing, well, you know what, Spencer Jones, he's 24 years old. Maybe we part ways. Maybe we move him. He's blocked. He's probably not going to see the light of day this year as a New York Yankee because Jason Dominguez is blocking him. If it was Aaron Judge, or if it was some other young stud that was playing in the outfield that I say, yep, he's going to be blocked, there is nobody. You're going to tell me that Grisham, or whatever the hell you call him and Jason Dominguez is the guys that are going to block this kid? This is an absolute debacle for the New York Yankees. And for him to come out and this get posted in the Daily News, if you're a Yankee fan, you can't be excited for the future of the Yankees organization, especially in their with their franchise. And what is that? their young players. What's that?
The prospects.
Not the
Farm
prospects.
system.
The farm system. It would bother me if I'm a Yankee fan. I'm looking at their farm system, and to me, Jones has been on top of their farm system for the past 2 years. Now, Lombardi has been slowly but surely moving up, and it seems like he's the future shortstop or second baseman or maybe even third baseman of this team. But it would bother the hell out of me knowing that their farm system has always been spoken about this kid. This is the guy. This is the future. This is the left-handed power bat that the Yankees have been building up over the last 4-5 years in their farm system. When they drafted him, he was 18 years old. He's now going to be 24, right? I think he's 24 years old right now. And you're saying that he's going to be blocked and there's no chance, or unless he has an unbelievable spring training, which only tells me if he does that they're moving on from him anyways. It's a horrible take. I think if you're a Yankee fan, you can't be happy hearing this story that it could mean Spencer Jones getting traded maybe in spring training or before the season even starts. It's a terrible, terrible take. And I'll give a shout out to Gary Phillips for him to post something like this and know that there's going to be backlash maybe to him because he would post something like this. But obviously Brian Cashman getting all the backlash because I think this is the last hurrah for Brian Cashman.
Yeah, it always looks bad when you're throwing two prospects under the bus in one statement, too. Like Dominguez, it's obvious that they didn't have a plan for him because they wouldn't have brought Grisham back otherwise. Like, maybe they had some concerns with him, so they had to feel like they had to replace Grisham in that center field realm. And now you're going to say that he's going to play center field. Then why are you bringing Grisham back? Like, first of all, Bellinger's coming back. He's going to play center field. And now you have a bunch of guys that can play first base. Like, Bellinger should play center field most of the time now. So why are you even bringing it up that you're going to experiment with him in center field? It's a horrible idea. Grisham would be the next option to play center field. He's not great there. But if Bellinger if he DHs, if Stanton's hurt or something like that, or if he needs a day off, yeah, let him DH once in a while. Or let him play first base and let someone else DH. Like, there's other options than saying, all right, we're going to throw Jason Dominguez, who was bad defensively with his vision in left field as it is, because of his injuries, not as much range as he did at the beginning of his career. And you're going to put him in center field. That's the first. You don't have to say that kind of thing. Like, you don't have to say that we're going to thrust you in a role because that's a kind of guy that could lose confidence. And Spencer Jones has raw left-handed power that is sometimes hard to find as a homegrown player. Probably outside of Joey Gallo. I can't think of one that had like this much hype going into in the last 10 years. This much hype going into his prospect thing is just a raw power perspective. Now, obviously, there's more flashier five-tool players like Acuna and guys like that. But as a raw power guy, you don't have those kinds of things. And now all of a sudden you're saying, oh, there's no spot for him. So even if he does come up, yeah, he's going to be coming up as trade bait and then you're going to toy with that and you're going to maybe get less value than you want to for him because you're being too cute with these prospects. Like, Brian Cashman's a good eye of talent, as there's a reason he's been there for a while. And obviously with the free agency, he's done pretty well. But when you're saying these things like that and getting too cute with these prospects, it's definitely not ideal. And now you're really putting pressure on one of them to have to step up to make that statement look good by any means. And Jones has the capability of doing it. I'm a little less on Dominguez now, but you're right, Errol. Like, Florial was high on at the time. They got too cute with him. Clint Frazier, I wasn't as high on, but they got cute with him.
So right now, if you look at their top prospects, all right, as far as hitting prospects, at number one is George Lombard Jr. So he is the number one offensive prospect the Yankees have, and he's a shortstop. There are stories coming out that the Yankees could move Volpe to second base if they lose Jazz Chisholm or they trade Jazz Chisholm sometime this season. Then there's Elmer Rodriguez Cruz, another shortstop. This is another guy, I think, from the Dominican Republic.
No, Cruz is a pitcher. Elmer Rodriguez is a pitcher.
All right, so I'm reading that it's a shortstop, SS right over here. That's what I'm reading over here. But whatever. He's a prospect right now. So I'm looking. Spencer Jones is the third best prospect on this list. He is the third best prospect out of all these guys, and he's 24 years old, and he probably has the most upside because Lombard is a guy that everybody expects to be a good player. But again, they thought Anthony Volpe was going to be a superstar player at his position at shortstop. It hasn't worked out in the last 2 seasons. He had a great rookie season. He won Gold Glove his second year, and then he's fallen off. Now, maybe as the yips, I don't know what's going on with Anthony Volpe, but I think the Yankees are going to give him another shot. If you would ask me right now, if you think that Lombard is going to be the guy, or he's an option that you're going to move to shortstop. If Anthony Volpe has a good year, you move Anthony Volpe in a trade with a guy like Jason Dominguez, or you move him in a trade with another name, a pitcher, maybe a Clark Schmidt, or an Adam, is it Adam Warren?
Will Warren.
Will Warren, I'm sorry. Will Warren, one of these young pitchers in their farm system that they can move on. You don't move a Spencer Jones, a left-handed power that fits Yankee Stadium around, as far as what we've seen over the years with left-handed power. As far as, well, I don't care if he strikes out a million times. If he hits 40-something home runs and he gives you 80 to 100 RBIs every single season, that's what the Yankees need in their lineup. That's what they need in Yankee Stadium. 82 games in Yankee Stadium. Those are the guys that you need. They don't grow on trees. And now all of a sudden you're saying that he's being blocked, that he doesn't, as far as he's concerned, fit moving forward as part of the future of the Yankees organization. That to me tells me that Brian Cashman is really putting himself out there to say, well, guys, fans, or even GMs, or I'm sorry, not GMs, owners, I'm going to be free at the end of the season. The Yankees are moving me. Because
it does feel like he screwed up really badly, Errol, because this is what he said at the beginning of the offseason. Remember this. We're too left-handed. So that's why he doesn't want Spencer Jones, because that's another lefty.
By the way, Cruz is a shortstop and a right-hander. Pitcher.
But he's a pitcher. He's a 6'3" pitcher. He threw the most innings for them in the minors last year of any pitcher. And he's going to be their guy. He's going to come up probably at the end of this year. I know he came into the minors as a shortstop, but he's a pitcher, and he's really good. And the other guy that's a pitcher that's really good is LaGrange. He's a Double-A guy. They think he probably not this year. Dax Kilby was their first-round pick. They like him a lot as a shortstop, second base type down the road. Lombard is only 20 years old, and I want to talk about that with Dominguez in a second, because Dominguez is 2.5 years younger, or 2 years younger than Spencer Jones. Spencer Jones is in his age 25 season and hasn't made it to the major leagues yet. As a minor league player, that's pretty old for a minor league hitter. Like as a pitcher, no, but as a hitter, it's a little old, right? And Dominguez has already got a year of experience at 23. So that kind of says like Dominguez is further along in his development than Jones, even though Jones might have more power right now. I guess that's what they're staying with him.
So you know, and just so the fans know, Aaron Judge's full rookie season, he was 25 years old. So
I understand. And they said when Judge came up, he was old for a rookie. That's what they said when he came up.
And boy, did it change everybody's minds, because he's the best player in baseball.
Okay, but Aaron Judge is a once-in-generation player. If the Yankees somehow strike, because his stats are better than anyone's ever done. He's has stats 3 times in the last 4 years. He's had better stats than Barry Bonds had when he was on steroids.
Could you bring up Aaron Judge's numbers when he came out of AAA to the Yankees?
I'm telling you, they're a lot better than what Spencer Jones has right now.
I don't know about a lot better.
So here's the thing that they're going to say. Spencer Jones strikes out over 33% of the time. Okay. And that's not something that you can do. Aaron Judge was around 28%. He was but not nearly that much. There's a certain level where you go off a cliff, and if you can't get on base and you're striking out all the time, you're not putting the ball in play, you're not getting the RBIs, you're not moving guys over. And that's why that whole guy, like the Adam Dunn comparison from years ago, a guy that just hits bombs, hits 40 home runs,
and he was
good outfields.
And he was an all-star. So
yeah, a couple of times. I'm not saying that, but Cashman, those type of players went out of vogue.
Jason Dominguez will never be an all-star. He will never.
I don't know about that. You don't know how good he's going to be. He's too young. His numbers say that he's going to be good.
I don't think he's any good.
But the problem is Cashman screwed up the roster, because they were like, oh, we're going to give the qualifying offer to Trent Grisham, and we're just going to get corner outfielders everywhere. And, maybe we'll put Cody Bellinger in center field a couple of times. Maybe we'll put Aaron Judge in center field a couple of times, even though he's almost 35. And they're just going to keep piecing together the most important defensive position.
Hey, do you have the numbers?
Instead of putting Dominguez out there full time and letting him see what he has. Because you're not going to see this way, and you're going to have to trade him before you find out, or you're not going to have value, and he might ruin him, which they've done to a number of guys, including our co-host who's not here tonight as well.
All right, so Judge in the minor leagues had a 276.
Well, his last year when he came up.
Okay.
When he came up.
His last year, so that would be 2015, 284, had 12 homers, 44 RBIs, and then 2016, right before he came up in the middle of the season, 19 home runs, 65 RBIs, a 270 average.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to say
Look at the strikeout rate, though. The strikeout rate was like 27%.
He's batting 274.
It doesn't matter, Errol. If you can't make contact in majors, you can't stay up.
The left-handed power hitter.
Errol, you go through all sorts of baseball history. If you strike out over a third of the time, you don't stay in baseball. No one has ever. No one has ever.
Speedy, what did he strike out? What was his rate? What was his strikeout rate?
You got to go to advanced if you're on Fangraphs, and you would see his the K rate. Man, it's going to say something like 27, 28% his last year.
Not good. That's still not good.
It wasn't good. It was bad. And which is why they didn't bring him up till he was 25, because it was worse.
0.5%, and you're going to say, oh.
That's 5%, not 0.5%.
Whatever, 5%. Here's
5%'s a big deal.
No, it's not. It really isn't.
In baseball, when like 5% is between 220 and 250.
He hit more home runs. If he comes up this year, he hit more home runs his last year in the minor leagues, and he had more RBIs than Aaron Judge in his final year in the minor leagues. I'm going with Spencer Jones. I'm not trading him away. You want to look at statistics?
You're saying that there's going to be lightning striking twice, and a guy that big is going to just magically have two Babe Ruths within 10
I don't
years.
think he's Babe Ruth, but I think he's going to be a
Aaron Judge's numbers are Babe Ruth-esque.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. This is a guy that's going to hit 45 home runs. He might even come close to 50 home runs in a season. That type of player. He's going to hit over 100 RBI.
So let me ask you a question then.
I think
would you rather
28.5, by the way, for Judge?
What is it?
28.5.
28.5.
I was right, around 28.
4%. Oh my God.
But I'm just telling you, 4%. Nobody stays in the league over 30-something percent.
That's fine. And you want to know something? I'm going to tell you this right now. This guy looked like an absolute stud in spring training last year.
I know. I would give him a chance. I just think they screwed up the complete roster construction. To me, that Adam Dunn was a very effective player. It was a gold glover or like fringe gold glover a couple of times. He gets on base because he walks or strikes out or hits bombs. I like guys that get on base. A walk's as good as a hit. We learned that in the Moneyball movie. The problem is this roster construction of Cashman is stupid. And they don't have the guy like Jazz is on the last year of his deal. In my opinion, trade one. You're not trading Grisham. You're not trading Bellinger. You just signed. So it's either Dominguez or Jones. And you got to choose the right one, because if they choose the wrong one, man, is it going to look really bad for Cashman after this.
They need to keep Jones. I'm telling you right now, I've been saying this over and over and over and over again. They moved. This is going to be his ruination. He's done. Because I'm telling you right now, Spencer Jones goes wherever he goes, he's going to be a star in this league. I'm telling you right now, mark my words, this kid is going to be a star in his league. I've been saying it since he was drafted by the New York Yankees. I don't care if he hits, he strikes out 4 or 3.5% more than Aaron Judge. This guy has better numbers than Aaron Judge did in AAA. If he gets called up this year, his numbers are absolutely better than Aaron Judge's. Now, I'm not saying you're going to hit lightning in a bottle, but if you can get this kid to hit 250 in the major leagues, and he's going to give you 45 to 50 home runs, and he's going to give you 100, 115 RBIs. Those guys don't grow on trees.
That's Ryan Howard numbers.
No, they don't grow on trees. You don't just, I just don't want him anymore. Or he's blocked by the Martian, who's done nothing. Nothing. He's been in the league for 2.5 years. He can't stay healthy. I'm telling you right now, you trade Jason Dominguez and you give this kid a shot. And what's going to happen is he's going to be in spring training. He's gonna have another good spring training, and the Yankees are gonna move him. They're gonna send him away to one of these teams that are gonna get an opportunity, like the Giants or somebody of that magnitude, and they're gonna get themselves a stud, an absolute stud young guy that wants to play baseball in the majors. I don't care if he's 25. That doesn't mean anything to me. Aaron Judge came into the league at 25. There's a lot of great players that came later in their
DeGrom came in at 27
yeah,
or something.
they come in later in their careers and they're studs. This kid is a stud. And the fact that they're blocking him and he has not played one game in the major leagues yet tells me that Brian Cashman has lost his touch. Honestly, I believe Jabba's right about this. He is absolutely right about Brian Cashman now. Brian Cashman coming out and saying that he's going to block this kid from coming up to the major leagues because of Grisham, who's been a journeyman that nobody gives a crap about. Yeah. And Dominguez, who's been in the league for 2.5 years, as switch hitter that he's up and down, he can't stay healthy. That's what you're going to sell to the Yankee fan? Get out of here.
Do you even have a true answer at first base? Like Goldschmidt was a split specialist. Rice and Wells had good flashes, but do they even enough consistent flashes?
This is horrible. This is a horrible thought that as a Yankee fan, you know that probably your best prospect since Aaron Judge could be traded before the trade deadline, or maybe before the season even starts. That's scary. Yankee fans, if you really understand baseball and you understand what this organization has had problems doing, and that's bringing up young power hitters. The last one since they brought up right outside of Aaron Judge, could you name the last power hitter that came up from the Yankees farm system? Could you remember?
Bird?
Greg Bird was not a power hitter.
For what? For a year
He
and a half?
was a power hitter.
It wasn't. To me, he was never a power hitter. I don't care what.
Yeah, a year and a half of greatness.
He's a first baseman that choked. I never liked Greg Bird. I disagree. I don't.
He had the foot problems, and he never could get past it.
Never thought. Could you name the last guy? Because I can remember one guy who by the way, they traded for another guy in the 80s.
Like came up through the system.
Yes, power hitter.
I mean, like there's the Shane Spencer month in September that everyone points to.
Actually, it was the 90s. This guy was, I would say this guy was the power hitter. He came up in the 90s, late 80s, 90s. You know who it is.
I couldn't tell you in the system.
Bernie Williams. Bernie Williams.
But Bernie wasn't a power hitter. He had like 20 home runs a year, but he was a 330 hitter.
For a center fielder, that's a lot of.
Well, I mean, it's better than average for sure. But Bernie was like the thing that kills me about Bernie is he was a good fielder in the beginning of his career. Didn't have much of an arm, I guess, at the second half of his career, and the range went down. But that guy,
Bernie Williams had over 300 home runs.
He was like a 20. I don't know if he did. He had 20 to 25 a year. He was that kind of guy, and he was he had like 330 a couple of
287. He had almost 300 home runs.
So it's almost, so if he played 15 years times 20, that's like 300 right there. So the guy was a little over it. He was a great player. I love Bernie Williams. I have his autograph on a hat. I got to meet him a couple of times, but that guy's the best.
You look at the Yankees farm system over the last 40 years. They haven't had really a power hitter come up as good as Aaron Judge or even this kid. And now you're going to part ways with this kid, a left-handed power in Yankee Stadium in a short porch where this kid could jack up 45, 50 home runs in a season. And you're going to say, well, we're blocking this kid because he doesn't fit right now on this roster. What are you, nuts? This is a horrible take. Horrible.
By the way, shout out to one of our new fans, Christopher Sewell, in the comment section. He asked, is it possible next year that we see Judge at first and both Jones and Dominguez in the outfield?
No.
I would see Bellinger at first because he's played there first. I think him and Rice and Goldschmidt are going to be in some kind of weird rotation. And since they signed Bellinger, I'm assuming the plan is for him to eventually be the first base rotation with Rice, and Rice gets off a catcher eventually. I just don't know if they have a catcher on the roster because I don't trust Wells really yet. That's a problem.
I would move Austin Wells, especially at the trade deadline, if somebody's looking for a catcher who could play first base, because I would move Rice as your everyday catcher. Now, I know Rice has had knee problems in the past, so has Wells, but Rice, to me, is the better of the hitters. The guy hits for his on-base percentage is way better than Wells, and the guy has a better swing than Austin Wells. I would keep Rice. I would move Austin Wells. If you're going to bring in another pitcher, you're going to bring in another, bat, I would move Austin Wells. If you're trading Grissom, and I would trade Dominguez. I would not move Spencer Jones. That is just horrible. And watch, I'm telling you guys, Yankee fans, remember I said this because I'm not wrong on my Yankee takes. I'm really never usually wrong about this. Spencer Jones is the real deal. I'm telling you guys this. Speed, how long have I been saying? How long have I been saying this kid? I've been saying that this kid is the guy. And if they're looking for a guy that's going to take over for Aaron Judge in the future, that is the guy. That is the guy. A power left-handed hitter who can do things. And by the way, also could play multiple positions on the field. He can play first base and he can play on any position on the outfield. He's that fast. He's very fast. He can play center field. He's long. He can play right, and left field. He could play. He could be a 5-tool player, and he could steal bases too. So for Yankee fans if I was all over the blogs, I'm attacking this. I am absolutely killing Brian Cashman and reaching out to Gary Phillips and telling him to post this crap and post that crap, because as a Yankee fan, I'm pissed off on this take. I know Yankee fans like Jason Dominguez. What do you like about him? What is the thing that sticks out about Jason Dominguez that you have this love fetish for him? What is his numbers? What has been his numbers in the 2.5 years he's been in the league? Please give me his numbers, because to me, there is nothing. I watch the Yankees religiously. I go to Yankee games. This past year, I didn't, but I usually go to 5 to 6 Yankee games. I watch them. I understand what it takes to be a star in this league. I don't care if he's a switch hitter. To me, it means nothing. And again, he hits well against the Boston Red Sox. He hits well against Houston. And then he hits really bad against Kansas City. He hits really bad against the teams that he should be hitting against. What is his numbers?
All right, 248 for his career. He's got 16 home runs, 58 RBIs.
In how many years?
About 3. He came up late. He came up late, actually more like 2.
How many RBIs?
He came up 58. It's actually more like 2 years. He came up late in 23.
2.5 years.
Yeah, 16 home runs, 58 RBIs, 327 on base percentage, and 29 steals.
And what did he do in AAA? Bring up his AAA numbers and compare them to Spencer Jones. Because I'm going to tell you this right now. His numbers are nowhere close to Spencer Jones.
But Errol, the point is, like, he doesn't really in AAA because he was fast tracked as a kid when he was 19 years old.
Dude, he was in AAA. He was in AAA. He was
he was there as a 20-year-old, Errol. Like, look at this. Look at his age, 20, 21, 22. He was a rookie last year.
I know how old he is.
Yeah, 274, 47 home runs, 189 RBIs, 102 steals.
In his whole career.
How many?
In 4 minor league seasons.
That's not good.
4 minor league seasons.
That's not good, guys. That's not good. All right.
Look, he hasn't done it yet, but look, he's really young.
Are you selling me Jason Dominguez over Spencer Jones?
I'm telling you that historically, if you're over 700 OPS at the age of 22, you're very good. You're going to be a very good player. And that's how it is. And they're always going to do this because they have more controllable years, Errol, of a young guy than a guy like Spencer Jones. They just do. So why would you get rid of Dominguez when you can control him longer, pay him less, and then you could trade Jones and get just as much for him as you can for Dominguez?
All right. So I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this because I'm going to prove you to be wrong on this one. If the Yankees trade Spencer Jones and he turns into a star, I'm going to come back and I'm going to tell all you guys, all the people that think that Jason Dominguez is anything special, and I'm going to say you guys are idiots, because I'm telling you right now, Jason Dominguez is not better than Spencer Jones. I'm telling you right now, he's not. I've watched enough of Jason Dominguez. And here's another thing. Jason Dominguez never stays healthy. He doesn't stay healthy. I'm taking the guy that has a unique body build, 6'8", and that's naturally what people are looking at now. Look at the kid that's right now playing for the Nationals. Look at his body structure and what he is as a player. 6'8", power hitter, and he came up. We see what he is in the major leagues right now in the MLB. I'm telling you right now, this is horrible. I would, if I was running this team, or if I was owning this team, I'd fire Brian Cashman for just giving that take to Gary Phillips. It's a horrible take, and to me, seeing what Spencer Jones did this year and looking at his numbers and comparing them to Jason Dominguez in his time over there in the minors, I am taking Spencer Jones in a heartbeat over Jason. Speedy, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
I like his raw power with Jones, and it's hard to find with a lefty too. So I'm willing to give him a chance as well.
You block him. You block him for the garbage that you have right now.
The blocking is so dumb, but that's Cashman for you. He's still there after that many years. No one else stays with a job that long in Major League Sports and is still good.
And wait, if you're Spencer Jones right now, how would you feel seeing Brian Cashman, your GM, come out and say that he's blocked because of a journeyman that you brought in Grisham, who nobody gives a crap about, Yankee fans could care less about, and Jason Dominguez, who can't stay on a baseball field? Great take. I love you. I love you. Thank you, Brian, for making me even more sicker to my stomach. It's horrible. It's a horrible take. And I think the Yankees are making a terrible, terrible mistake. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Speedy's six-pack of the week.
Let's have a sixer.
Hey, who wants to play Drink the Beer?
It's time for the Speedy Six-Pack of the Week.
Just on a side note, you do have 7 beers in that photo.
Yeah, one for extra emphasis, Speedy. The six-pack coming at you. Speedy, we're going to go to Milan. Give us 6, 5, and 4. I'm going to get the music on for you right now because this is the Olympic edition of the six-pack.
I guess there's 5 Olympic rings, so it does average out. So 12 divided by 2 is 6.
There you go.
It works out. All right, so the first 3 are all hockey. Well, we'll start with the U.S. and Canada. They both finished in a number 1 and number 2 in Olympic group play. Record as well for Connor McDavid. 9 points already, which is already the Olympic record, not even including the knockout stages, breaking Sidney Crosby's record in Vancouver. And Austin Matthews leading the way for the United States with the last game with the 2 goals in that one. So that's the first set.
Finally scoring goals.
Yes.
Finally.
So that's number 6. Number 5 is the women. They're both dominant as well. Both them finishing undefeated. USA, a 31-1 goal differential in that one. And 5 straight shutouts for goalie Aaron Frankel. And U.S., 5 different players with 7 or more points. Caroline Harvey leading the way with 9. And then the one you brought to me, Fish, at number 4. The only unfortunate injury with coming with NHL players playing in the United States, Kevin Fiala will likely be out for the season. After the Kings just traded for Artemi Panarin, one of their other top scorers is out for the year playing for Team Switzerland. Suffered a very gruesome leg injury, so he will be out the rest of the season, unfortunately.
Tom Wilson, shocker, causing an injury.
Oh, yeah.
Errol, what do you got on Fiala going down with that injury in the Olympics?
Which one? What are we talking?
The Kings forward, number 2 scorer on the team before they got Panarin.
I don't know. You hope nobody gets hurt in the Olympics. You don't want to see somebody get hurt in the Olympics and you lose him for the NHL season. So, I don't know, man.
Yeah. You know, we're seeing this in baseball with like the WBC. They're not letting people compete in it for the insurance. It's kind of curious how hockey, they don't have to worry about the same things because you would imagine it's a lot more dangerous to play hockey than it is to play baseball.
You don't want
really get it.
You don't want to see somebody go down and they're playing for their country and they're doing for just to see your stars and stripes or whatever. Your flag get raised up if you win this Olympic. And I know winning a gold medal is special. Winning any kind of medal is special. But you're playing for an organization that's paying you millions and millions of dollars. And you go down and you could be out a significant amount of time that could cost your team making the playoffs or cost your team even losing in the playoffs or not even getting an opportunity to compete in the playoffs. That's a bad sign. It's a horrible thing to see.
Yes, I also saw something too. I think there were only like 4 total Olympic athletes that combined with their earnings and their insurance and everything they're getting are making over $1 million, and only one of them was American. So it definitely a bad look for the IOC to have to fix as well. They've been pretty corrupt for a while. We've had issues with FIFA in the past, but they're definitely not helping the cause either.
All right, Speedy, give us number 3 and number 2.
All right, so number 3, I'm going to keep individually because the last 2 are the same sport in figure skating. So I'm going to go to Michaela Schifrin, the most well-rounded Olympian ever when it comes to downhill skiing, 15 world championships, tied for the most for USA gold medals with 4, or total medals with 4, but has not medaled yet so far in these games. 30 years old. We talked about it with Lindsey Vonn last week. Is there going to be a bit of a decline? She has 1 event left.
She'll win. You have to believe she's going to win one of these events, and she's going to get that gold medal. She's one of the best skiers to ever come out of here, and she's. I remember 4 years ago what she did 4 years ago and winning all those medals. So I expect her to find a way and get that gold medal, and she's got one more opportunity to do that. I think she's going to get it.
Yeah, she just broke a record too last year as well at the World Championships. This was coming off that 2024. She had that bad injury. And she won even 2 more world championships. I'm kind of with you on that. Fish, any thoughts before we move on to the figure skating?
No, all I know is that I can't ski for my life. Every time I watch them do it, I'm amazed that they don't get seriously injured. And then when they do get seriously injured, like we saw with Lindsey Vonn last week, I just go, yeah, that's why I'm never going to do that one.
All right, so the last 2, number 2 and number 1, are both in figure skating for completely different purposes. Errol and I watched it on Friday. The Quad God, after powering his way for the U.S. to win gold
Sad
in
what
teams.
happened.
Then he does not do as well in the individual, finishing in 8th. He had one really bad fall. He had one really bad jump even in the beginning of that. And so he does not medal. Disappointing there at number 2. And then number 1 is the biggest story Errol and I were talking about on Friday too. The potential scandal that could be involved in the pairs event with Matt.
Scandal? You know it's a scandal.
Oh, yeah. Madison Chalk and Evan Bates potentially robbed. So I'm going to bring up some of the numbers for this. So the French judge that was involved in this, 7.71 points higher for the French, which no other judge had more than 3 at any difference in the differential. 5 out of 9 preferred the U.S. over the France. This judge, by the way, Jezebel Dubois, has also done
the French, not the France. The French.
Have also done this in
French.
5 other international events, according to the site.
Roll it off the tongue. Roll it off the tongue.
SkatingScores.com.
The French. That's it. Roll it off the tongue.
The French. So a lot of scandalous stuff going on in the world of figure skating there. So thoughts on those two with the quad god and then with the scandal.
I'm going to tell you this right now. That was horrible. And the kid's 21 years old. Yeah. He believes he's going to be in at least 2 more Olympics, maybe 3. He wants to compete as long as he possibly can and win as many medals as he possibly can. But he came out a gold winner really early in the Olympics with the team, and he got a gold medal. And he wasn't even going to do the final, his final program, but they needed him to do that for them to win the gold medal, and he did that, and they won the gold medal, and then just completely come up short. I mean, really short. In 8th place, didn't even win a bronze. He was expected to win the gold. He's the best skater to come out, not only in the United States, in the world. He does like 7 quads in his long program, and he fell twice. It was horrible to watch. I got to give the kid a lot of credit, even after everything that happened, to go over there and speak to the broadcaster, the anchor, and give him his take and say that it just this, I've done it in so many places. I've done it in front of so many people, but the Olympics are different, and I choked, and I'll be back in 4 years, and I'm going to fix what I done. So it was good to hear. As far as the ice dancing, that was horrible. And I feel bad for the Americans, because this was their final Olympics. This was their chance to win gold and bring gold home again. And now they end their careers with a silver, when they had by far the hardest program out of all the teams that were competing by a long margin. And to see them get screwed by the French, why am I not surprised? One
more bonus nugget on that too. There's been since 2002, 8 other rulings like that of bias scoring. 3 of them were by French judges as well. So they even have a history even before this guy too of manipulating. Apparently there's also a Spanish judge that's also under a similar investigation too for rigging some of the scores against the U.S. as well. Obviously their skater just wasn't even competing in that too. So a lot of fishy stuff going on.
Bark.
So historically, like, it always was like the French figure skating judge was going to screw you. Like, that was the thing. I remember when I was growing up, my mother would always be like, "Oh, watch out! The French judge is coming for us," or it'd be like the Soviet judge, because you knew the Soviets back in the Cold War days were going to try to lean it out towards them.
I think one of those guys got suspended for life too. Like,
I'm sure they did, and and like Russia was banned for years and stuff. So like, obviously. These things happen, and they obviously got screwed. Everyone knows they got screwed. They're not fighting it, though, Errol. They decided not to fight it. They're just going to say, we know we won, whatever. It is what it is.
You got to give them credit.
As far as the Ilya Milinin kid, I saw that first skate where he clinched the gold for USA and the team won. He did this, like, front flip. I'd never seen anyone do that on skates before. It was like a one-legged, like, forwards flip. Like, I couldn't even describe it to you. I just know I'd never seen anyone do that before.
Not in a program, but after they retire and they do these like dance, these dance things with Disney and stuff like that. I've seen a lot of, skaters do it, but I've never seen it in competition. So it was.
He just like threw it in after a bunch of like crazy ass moves. So like, power to that guy. I hope we'll see him next time in a few years getting those championships. And that's the 6-pack for this week.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we got In Like Fill-In, and we have Save Your Tears, the NBA portion, draft, whatever you want to call it, and dial it up. But another Sports Minute with Fish.
3, 2, 1. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, give you a quick sports minute. Got a couple of stories for you. Then we'll go through the scores and then get back to the show. Into ESPN's Adam Schefter on Sunday was news that Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks have found their next offensive coordinator in former 49ers assistant coach Brian Fleury. Fleury was San Francisco's tight ends coach and run game coordinator in 2025 and has been with the Kyle Shanahan franchise since 2019 in various roles. This ends a quick search by the Seahawks that included internal candidates, but ended up going with an outside choice in Fleury to replace the outgoing Clint Kubiak, who parlayed his success this year into becoming the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. It is thought that Fleury will run a similar system to Kubiak, as they are both from the Shanahan West Coast style of offense, which was a goal of McDonald in his coaching search with those familiar with the hiring process. The Seahawks will now look to repeat as champions with a young squad that should have almost all of their major pieces back next season. And in what is perhaps a sign of the times, Kansas State fired their head coach, Jerome Tang. Now, Kansas State has struggled this year and hasn't been to the dance in a few seasons, but that is not the reason Tang was fired. Tang made himself viral last week after blasting his own players in what has turned out to be a self-defeating tirade for the now former coach of the Wildcats. These dudes do not deserve to wear this uniform. There will be very few of them in it next year. He added, they don't love this place, so they don't deserve to be here. He cut his press conference short, taking only a couple of questions, according to Awful Announcing's Sam Newman. This type of tough talk coaching, kind of comes up, kind of rubs against people in today's game, the way the college game is, the way the kids are, especially with the transfer portal going from school to school. Apparently guys like Tang are really just victims of the changes of the game because you can't coach kids tough anymore. Well, I'm pardon the interruption. Wilbon and Kornheiser also killed Tang, and apparently that is part of what the school is now using to try to not pay Tang any of his buyout. So, of course, the school is trying to get out of this. Whether you agree with Coach Tang's tirade or not, him giving a tirade might not have been embarrassment to the university enough to get out of the $18.67 million buyout at stake here, and Tang's legal representation has already made it clear that it won't be. Only a couple of scores tonight. Duke destroyed Syracuse 101-64. And in the other action going on right now in college basketball, it is a 1-point game between number 6 seed Iowa State and number 2 seed Houston with 2:45 left in the first half. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video, make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
I didn't say my trying to get my head out of this box. Human pest. Jabba. Daily lives. 631 672 3108. We got a little Jimmy. Speedy, pull his panties down. Speedy, scared everybody out of town.
Yeah, I'll start with you.
You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks. There's no Jabba tonight. He's in Kansas City hanging out. Well, he's not hanging out. He's supporting his son who's pitching tonight. Getting a chance to show everybody why he's one of the best young, talented pitchers out there. Could be a first. I don't know about first round. I don't know. But he is going to be possibly a Division I pitcher. So we're rooting for Cart. We're expecting Cart to get out there and do what he does best, and that's completely dominate. So shout out to the old Cartster as we all are rooting for him and shooting the gun. Shooting the gun with a man. Well, do I sound like Elvis Presley?
A little bit.
Well, there you go. That was pretty good. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 6:45 p.m. All you got to do, ladies and gentlemen, is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the one we call Dylan Laube for joining us. He was fantastic. Gave us his good takes. We found out he's a Giant fan. So it's like all you three jackasses on this show. You love the Giants. Anyways, yeah, and thank you to him. And it's been a great one. We wish Jabba was here. Shout out to the Chambers as they're landing away. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we call this In Like Flynn.
Welcome to Sherwood, my lady. I've often heard that you'd give me a warm welcome if ever we met again.
In Like Flynn.
So we went to the break, and I was thinking, ladies and gentlemen, where do I go with In Like Flynn today? My list. And I asked Speedy, I said, did we ever go the greatest Yankees of all time? Yankee fans, that's what we're doing. We just talked about Brino. We're definitely not putting Brian Cashman as a top 10 anything of all time after what we just heard, Spencer Jones being blocked. So I'm not giving him that. Anyways, so I was looking at different ratings and different charts and where the way they set this up. I picked yardbarker.com. It seemed like a very popular company, a popular website. So they have their top 25 Yankees of all time. So at number 10, they have Red Ruffing. Now, I was not alive when Red Ruffing was playing, but once upon a time, there was a pitcher who began his career with the Red Sox, another Yankee, and was traded to the New York Yankees. Then a few years after that, it was Baby Ruth. Red Ruffing, he was a very good player, very good pitcher, very impressive pitcher, averaged about 6.5 strikeouts a game. They put him at number 10. What are they, on drugs? I am putting at number 10 for the New York Yankees, and I don't care what anybody says, at number 10, I'm putting Bernie Williams. Bernie Williams was a great clutch hitter, really one of the best hitters in history in the playoffs. And when you look at players and you look at consistency, this man was as consistent as anybody. This guy was a great center fielder. He was a Yankee for life. He never went anywhere else. Red Ruffing wasn't even a Yankee his whole career. He was a Red Sox. So I'm going at number 10, the one we call Bernie. At number 9, they've got Alex Rodriguez. You put Alex Rodriguez at 9? One of the greatest hitters of all time. That's where you put Alex Rodriguez. You're on drugs. I don't put Alex there. So you know where I put at number 9? I'm going to put at number 9, the one we call Whitey. Whitey Ford at number 9. One of the greatest pitchers the Yankees have ever had. Some people say that he was the chairman of the board. My grandfather hit 2 home runs against Whitey Ford. He was a great, great pitcher. Stood out and was really a Yankee his whole career. He was a Yankee his whole career. And you could argue he was the greatest Yankee pitcher of all time. So I'm going to put at number 9, the Whitester, Whitey Ford. At number 8, they got Mariano Rivera. Come on, dude. What are you? These guys are nuts. So at number 8, I'm putting Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter is a great shortstop, one of the greatest shortstops of all time. I know a lot of Yankee fans would disagree with me, but the one thing about Derek Jeter is there were a lot of great players in front of him that I would take over him. He was a long-lasting Yankee, no question, special in his own right. And again, the best shortstop to ever play for the New York Yankees. I mean, Willie Randolph was pretty good too. So, but I'm going to go Derek Jeter at 8. At number 7, they had the Whitester, Whitey Ford. I completely disagree. At number 7, I'm going to put the Yokester, Yogi Berra. At number 7, one of the greatest accomplished catchers to ever play the game. Definitely one of the greatest winners. I mean, he's won how many rings? 11. I mean, this guy has a ring for every other finger, and I mean every finger and an extra one. I mean, he was a great, consistent catcher. Hit in the clutch, and obviously played for all those great Yankee teams with Mickey Mantle and all the talented players that they had. So I put him at number 7. At number 6, they have Yogi Berra. At number 6, I have Mariano Rivera, the greatest closer to ever pitch, by far. I don't think there's any comparison. I mean, he was lights out. He was almost perfect. His ERA in the playoffs was like a 0.62 or some crazy number like that. The guy was a part of all those great championships and really stood for one of the nicest, one of the more kindest personalities on and off the field. So at number 6, Mariano Rivera. At number 5, they got Derek Jeter. Beg to differ on that, ladies and gentlemen. At number 5, and I know people are going to think I'm crazy, Thurman Munson. Number 5, I believe the greatest catcher of the 70s and 80s. Obviously didn't play as long as we expected because he passed away in a plane accident. This guy could have gone down as maybe the greatest catcher of all time. Power numbers, great leader, mean, and it stood for everything for the New York Yankees. So at number 5, the Thurm baby, Thurman Munson. At number 4, they got Joe D. I disagree, ladies and gentlemen. At number 4, I'm actually, no, I'm gonna. At number 4, I have Lou Gehrig, the man they called the horse, the everything. And by the way, the Iron Horse, who had played 3,000 games in a row, played consistent, one of the most consistent hitters, played with Babe Ruth. Those teams were sensational. One of the nicest people, one of the guys that stood out when you wanted to be like or compared to like somebody, it was Lou Gehrig. And Lou Gehrig was the Iron Horse and eventually built a very good relationship with Babe Ruth. So I would put Louie Lou over there at 4. At number 3, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to go with the one we call DiMaggio. They had Mickey Mantle. I disagree with him. Joe DiMaggio, 56-game hitting streak, probably will never be broken. Come close, but never been broken. This guy was an MVP, 3-time MVP, slugging, one of the best sluggers at the prime of his career, one of the best leaders, obviously was married to Marilyn Monroe, fought for our country, was a big face and really was the face of the New York Yankees in the, after the Babe Ruth era. So Joe D at number 3. At number 2, the one we call the Mick. I think one of the best power switch hitters of all time. Might have gone down as the greatest player of all time if he didn't have the injuries, the drinking problems, and all the things that he did on and off the field. This guy was defensively one of the greatest center fielders. People forget that at the tail end of his career, he played first base. But as a center fielder, this guy can go after a ball better than anybody we've ever seen. Speed, 5-tool player. I don't think he could be matched with as far as 5-tool players the Yankees have played for. This guy is the best. And by the way, I didn't put Alex Rodriguez in here. So I feel bad because I think Alex Rodriguez is definitely in there. But I'm going to have Alex Rodriguez fall out of this because I just didn't put him there.
So it's like Flynn with an honorable mention.
Honestly, I would put Alex Rodriguez with Derek Jeter tied in. Where did I put Derek? 7?
8, I believe. Yeah.
I put Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter in the same spot. Honestly, I mean, I don't want to piss off Yankee fans. So if you would ask me right now, Alex Rodriguez would be in my top 3. I'd put Don Mattingly in my top 10 if it really was up to me. But honestly, Don Mattingly, in anybody else's eyes, would probably not be.
Maybe a top 5 of like so many other teams.
Yes, but it sucks. But Mickey Mantle, my number 2, and a number 1, the greatest baseball player of all time, pitcher, greatest hitter. I don't care what everybody's trying to compare him to. Ohtani to him. This guy is the greatest, one of the best power hitters, the best power hitter of all time, and everybody was chasing, and that's Babe Ruth. Baby Ruth, the greatest Yankee, the house that Ruth built. He stood for everything. When he was traded to the New York Yankees for money, $100,000, it was one of the worst trades in Major League history. With the Bambino curse started with the Red Sox. They didn't win a championship for almost 80-something years before they won a championship. He stood for everything as far as a Yankee and really the face, the Bambino, the power that this guy really delivered. And a lot of people wouldn't say this, but I don't think if Babe Ruth was playing in this day and age with all the training and all the opportunities to build his body, Babe Ruth might be the greatest power hitter we'll ever see. I think he hits 100 home runs in the season in the way the game is played now with the balls and the short porches. I mean, the guy played with the heaviest bat and the fastest swing. The by far the best player to ever play the game. So Babe Ruth would go 1. So at 1, Babe Ruth. At 2, the Mick. At 3, the one we call DiMaggio. And at 4, Lou Gehrig, the Iron Horse. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That would be my list of greatest Yankees of all time.
All right, Errol, you know what time it is. It's time to continue. Round 2 of the NBA Midseason Classic.
God.
All right, so I have it up here. We're going to go in reverse order for this round. We're going to bring the interns in. Nathan, we're going to have you sit this one out. We're going to let the interns pick for Jabba in the backup rounds. So you guys are going to get to do it, and we'll have each of you guys make a pick here and out. We're going to keep the interns off the screen until they come up. But that is, we'll start with Zach. So, Zach, you can start on here. But first, it's going to go Tommy, Speedy, me, Errol, and then the interns will get to pick twice. So we'll rotate them in and out. Let me pull the screen back up for you guys to show you where we are at in the player list. Again, same rules as before. You need to pick a player at every position and 1/6 man. So this is where we kind of finished. Denny Avdia was taken. Derek White was taken. Steph Curry was taken. And Austin Reeves were taken. But this is about the caliber of player that's left. We have some big names from OKC available. A big breakout center who's missed a game or two here. The Rookie of the Year probably is still available. Tommy, tell me a position you want to take a look at and where you want to go for the second round.
Jalen Williams. Scroll down a little bit real quick. Yeah, just stay on the utility player. Just let me see Jalen Williams.
Jalen Williams right here.
Williams
he
injury, yeah.
just missed, I think it was just like a day for hamstring.
All right, let me get him. I'm going to grab Jalen Williams.
Pass liquor.
All right, Tommy's going to go. What position do you want him at? Small forward or power forward?
Give me him at power forward.
All right. Speedy.
I'll scroll up a little bit. I just want to see the other guys who are available.
Yeah. So it basically starts here with Bane on this list. Michael Porter Jr. actually is the beginning of the guys.
I'm actually going to take Franz Wagner.
All right, Franz, Hans and Franz, and what do we have him listed as small forward or power forward? What do you want him at, Speedy?
I'll do power forward.
All right, Franz Wagner. I will make sure that darkness is my ally and take Desmond Bane at 2 guard. And that goes to Errol.
What are the lists? What are the...
It's completely open for any position. Starting over, it's like just a fresh draft, second round.
Let me see if I can see this over here. Who's available?
So this is everybody here. Michael Porter Jr. is the highest ranked guy available. Then it's Kevin Porter Jr. and Cooper Flagg following that with Garland, Durant,
Give me the flag boy. I want Coop.
All right. Do you want him at point guard, 2 guard, or 3?
I'll take him as a 3.
All right, Flagg at the 3. All right, let's go to Zach. Who should Jabba take for his first selection?
Scroll to show me Hamlin.
I could go by
Errol took my
too.
pick. Errol totally took my pick. I was reading an injury update on Cope.
I could go by position as well. It looks like Porter Jr. The 2 different Porter Juniors are available. Garland, who was just traded. We've got Siakam.
Me Kevin Jr.
All right, so we got Kevin Porter Jr. going. In what position you want him? Point guard or 2 guard?
2 guard.
All right. And now let's bring in Dom. Dom, come on in. You'll make the next pick for Jabba.
All right, let's go Jalen Durant.
All right, center Jalen Durant from the Pistons. All right, back to Errol.
I'm gonna go with Siakam.
All right, you can put him at the. Well, you already have a 3, so 4 or 5 for Siakam.
4.
All right, Siakam at the 4 for Errol. That goes back to me.
Taysom,
I already took a 2. I believe that I should probably go. Is Porter going to play? They don't want him to play, right? No, that guy's never been healthy in his life. Let's see.
Like the streaks in my britches.
I guess Garland's the best guy. I'm going to take Garland at the 1. All right, and now that goes to Speedy.
All right, scroll below Franz now. I don't want Porter either.
I might move Siakam to center. I don't know yet. I'm looking at it right now because I got to see what's available.
Yep, just let me know before you make a pick at that position.
All right, give me Adebayo. I'll put him at center.
All right, Speedy goes with Bam at center. Let's go now to Tommy for 2.
I'm gonna go.
Sometimes I sit on it.
Jabba better watch out for his toes. Errol has a friend that loves his toes.
I'm gonna actually take Brandon Ingram there, and I'm gonna put him.
All right, where do you want him?
My small forward.
All right, so you got Brandon Ingram, and who else do you want?
What point guards are available? Let me see what point guards there are.
All right, we'll go to point guard. And it appears we are down to Ja Morant's available.
This makes my
Trae Young's available. And then Jalen Suggs and Josh Giddey and De'Aaron Fox.
No. I'm going to stay away from that.
You know what? I'm gonna go with give me Harden's available still, right? Or is he not?
No, he was taken in the primary rounds.
Damn, I don't know where I'm going.
You don't have to go point guard.
What do I have? I only have Williams and.
You have 3 and 4 taken care of right now.
All right, so let me see centers now, too, real quick. If not, if there's no one's available center, I'm gonna just go Jalen Suggs.
Let's see. Embiid's still available. Chet Holmgren's still available.
I think
Zubac.
Someone took Holmgren.
Yeah, I think someone took Holmgren.
Oh, someone took Chet. So then Zubac is available and Sabonis is available, but they're both kind of banged up. All those guys are banged up.
Just give
actually. Zion's there.
Just give me Jalen Suggs. Zion.
Also, Zion. Right. They both love their adult.
1 or 2, Tommy, for Suggs.
Put him as my 1.
All right. Suggs at the 1. All right, and then we're going back to Speedy.
I'm going to take, I like the upside of him. Give me Brandon Miller, and I'll put him at the 3.
Yep. Brandon Miller at the 3 for Speedy. That goes back to me. Kind of stole my thunder a little bit on that one. Man, I don't trust this guy at all. Rest of the season, I guess they're going to be in playoff contention. All right, give me Embiid. I hate that asshole though. All right, this is what I get. Errol, you need a 1, 2, and a 5.
I'm gonna surprise a lot of people. Where's the 1s, first of all?
Right here.
And this is for the rest of the season where they come back, right?
Correct. Rest of the season from the start of when they come back from All-Star break to the rest of the way.
Starting to think to go after Kyrie Irving because he's coming back. He should be back on All-Star break. He's going to play a big part. He says he'll be back after the All-Star break. So
here's Kyrie. They have him ranked pretty far down. But, you know.
Who else is ahead of him? Yeah, that's because they have him ranked because he's not playing right now. But
yeah, I think it's one of those they don't know just how soon he's coming back. So kind of a wild card.
Yeah. I could always move Cooper Flagg to point guard too. So right.
No, you can't. You can only move it right now. You can't move it at any other time than just during the draft.
But he plays all 3 positions.
Right. I'm saying if you want to move him right now, you can. and you take a 3 instead.
All right,
But
give
that-
me Booth Cooper Flag to point because I don't know if I trust Kyrie Irving at any point. I'm reading. Is
Okay,
this
so we-
playoffs too?
No, just regular season.
So I'm not.
They're not going to make the playoffs anyway.
Yeah, so I'll move Cooper Flag there. Where's
All
the
right, so you want to
3?
take a look at the 3s?
Yeah.
All right, so we're about down to, here. Porter Jr. is available, and then it goes all the way to Trey Murphy and Keyshawn George, Terry Eason, and
All right,
Zion.
Give me Porter Jr. Where's Porter? Where is he?
Michael Porter Jr.?
Give me Michael Porter Jr.
All right, you could put him at the, well, you already have a 4, so we're going to put him right there, Porter Jr.
What position are we putting him?
3.
All right.
All right, and now we go back to the interns. Let's bring in Zoot. Come on in, buddy. Make a pick for
Another
Jabba.
Joe.
He needs a 1, 3, or 4.
What about Skidmark?
I want Trey Murphy at the 3.
All right, let's put Trey Murphy at the 3. And then let's go back to Zach for the next pick.
We need to fill still.
Point guard and power forward.
Show me Jamal. Go point guards.
I think Speedy took Jamal Murray. Though.
I took
You did?
Yeah.
We are
Okay.
all the way down to around here in point guards with Josh Giddey. LaMelo's available. VJ Edgecombe. Fox.
Give me Melo.
All right. Melo. Putting him
Why
at
not?
the 1. LaMelo. All right. Coming back to Errol. Need a 2 guard and a center.
Give me let me see what the centers available.
All right. We are down to Sabonis, Zion, Nick Claxton, Alex Sarr. Getting kind of late early here.
Where's Sabonis? Where's he ranked?
Sabonis is at 889, and he's been out with the back on and off all year, kind of deal.
All right. Does it say he's coming back or what?
It doesn't say about any of it. They don't know.
All right,
They don't have to tell anybody till tomorrow.
Who's still available? You have Sabonis and who's the other guys?
Zubac, Sabonis, Zion, and then the net center Nick Claxton is next. And
Let me see Zubac. Let me see what he's doing right now. Is he injured for a significant amount of time?
he sprained his ankle, like twisted it before the All-Star break. They don't really expect him to miss a lot of time.
Jeez. Sabonis or Zubac? I'm gonna take Zubac because he's on a better team.
All right, Zubac over to Errol's team. And then I need a 3 or a 4, so let's take a look at the 3s, what we got available. I could always move Bane if I need to. Oh, you know what? This guy gets a lot of run right now. Let's go Keyshawn George for Washington. I'm going to put him at the 3. Don't call him Keyshawn. It's Keyshawn. All right. And then let's go to Speedy. Point guard or 2 guard?
Let me see the 2s.
All right. Looks like we're down to all the way down. Giddey, Fox, Edgecombe, Rollins, Tari Eason, Tyler Hero, RJ Barrett. An RJ Barrett sighting, everybody.
Give me
Josh
Easton.
Hart,
I like Easton. Give me Easton.
Tari Eason for Speedy.
I like my bench. I think my bench is.
Point 1 or 2 Speedy for Eason.
He can't play point. He's not eligible.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
He's
not
only
looking at it. I'm sorry.
He's
So 2.
only 2.
Tari Eason. All right. And now Tommy for 2 guard and a center.
Go to the first page of the 2 guards real quick. I just want to see.
So it was Giddey, Fox, Rollins, and Edgecombe were the only ones left.
Give me Edgecombe as my 2 guard.
All right, VJ Edgecombe.
And then just show me the centers, because I need a center still.
He tastes himself.
All right, you got Sabonis, Zion, Claxton, Sarr, Jabari Smith,
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
Okongwu, Vucevic, Gobert.
Whore bag. Whore bag.
I can
Buff
yes.
everything out.
Give me Gobert.
All right, Gobert
Abuse it.
for Tommy. Speedy for a point guard.
Give me Fox.
Whore bag.
De'Aaron Fox. For Speedy, back to me. I need a power forward. Wow, who's left?
There's only 5 teams. There's a lot of guys left.
No, I know. I'm just saying. All right. I guess I'm going to go with my heart on this one and take Josh Hart and put him at the 4. All right, and that brings us to Errol for a 2-guard.
2-guard. What 2 guards do we have available?
Yeah, it's getting late right here in this draft. Looks like we're down to Giddey, Rollins. That's all that's left on the main page. Then we're going to see Anthony Black, Tyler Hero, who's hurt.
Can I move anybody of my guys to 2 and move a guy to 3?
Yeah, you can move Cooper Flagg to 2. And
I moved him
is Porter Jr. Hold on, let me see if Porter Jr. can move to 2. I don't think he can. No, he can't. Porter Jr. Yeah, no, he can't. So you can move Flagg to 2 and get a point guard, but that's about it.
All right. So what point guard's available still? Is there any good point guards available?
No, but the best one available, it's the same guys we just talked about. Any true point guards? I mean, Kyrie Irving's still there.
That's what I'm thinking right now. That's what I'm
Hayden Pritchard.
Give me
Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
I'm gonna go with Irving. I'm gonna take Kyrie Irving as my.
All right, so moving Flagg to 2-guard, and then putting his running mate next to him at the point. All right, now let's get the interns back. Which one of you guys is up next?
Oh, I'll go.
All right, what do you got? We need a power forward.
Power forward.
Let me pull it up. We got, looks like we're down to Sabonis here. Yeah, just Sabonis left on this page. And then we got Zion, Jabari, RJ, Okongwu, other Thompson, and OG Anunoby.
Give me Asar Thompson.
All right, the other Thompson. Oh, Sar Thompson. All right, and next intern for any pick the best available player now for everybody. We'll go back to utility. We're going to go to probably a couple of pages deep before we get into people that aren't taken yet. Yep, we're going to have to get a couple of pages in. Josh Giddey's still available on the last page. And this is where we're at. So here we are, boys. Who's up next for my interns?
It's me.
All right.
Scroll
what
down
do
a
you got?
little more.
Yep.
I'm gonna go Zion.
Anyone?
Pelican.
All right, Zion to Team Jabba, and that closes out his roster. Errol, utility.
Utility player. What are the availabilities right here? What do I got?
Everybody in the draft that's left. You got Josh Giddey left from the last page, and then everyone left is on this page. Rollins, Sabonis.
Give me Sabonis. Give me Sabonis.
All right, we're going Sabonis to Errol. Goes to me. I am going to take... Give me... What am I weakest at? Maybe the 3. Let me go take a look at 3. Oh, you know what? Let's just do that. Let's take let's take Nickeil Alexander-Walker. He's been good this year. All right. let's go to Speedy.
Yep, I have the same way of thinking. I'm going to take Black. Same guy, the three positions.
All right, Black. And then Tommy, close out the draft.
Give me RJ Barrett.
RJ, former
RJ
Knicks
Barrett,
legend.
Mr. Irrelevant. Nice.
Knicks legend.
All right. Let me stop the share, bring up the screen that shows the final rosters for the second part of the draft. Just show it to everybody real quick. Errol's team is Kyrie, Cooper Flagg, Michael Porter Jr., Pascal Siakam, Ivica Zubac, and Domantas Sabonis. Java's team is LaMelo Ball, Kevin Porter Jr., Trey Murphy III, Oscar Thompson, Jalen Duren, and Zion Williamson. Speedy has De'Aaron Fox, Tari Eason, Brandon Miller, Franz Wagner, Bam Adebayo, and Anthony Black. I have Darius Garland, Desmond Bane, Keyshawn George, Josh Hart, Joel Embiid, and Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Tommy, Jalen Suggs, VJ Edgecombe, Brandon Ingram, Jalen Williams, Rudy Gobert, and Knicks legend RJ.
I like my bench. I like
these bench. So of your bench guys, whoever does better, your bench or your starters, those are the points that'll matter. We'll keep track of this every week in our new fantasy game.
Anyone. And by the way, I've read that Kyrie Irving could be back in the next 2 weeks. So good pick. Good pick. The old Keister. I'm excited. And they could make the playoffs. They really could. Can't they? They could be a playoff team. I mean, a playing team.
Playing team, maybe.
They could play playing team. Flagg comes back and Kyrie Irving. Sure. They absolutely could. And I think Kyrie Irving's going to play a big a part of that team in the second half of the season. So we'll see what happens. I know. I will say this: if you're a Dallas fan, they're trying to get a top 3 pick. I don't think they're going to. I don't. I mean, they got lucky with Cooper Flagg. I don't know if they're going to get lucky with anybody else. But anyways, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you important news bulletin.
We got a big broadcast to do here. We're about to dial it up.
It was a shocking and wet experience.
That was a out of left field one.
Welcome back to Dial It Up, everyone's favorite lightning round sports segment. Errol hasn't heard these stories. We're going to go through them real quick and then react his reaction. First one, Errol, the point guard announces his retirement after 21 seasons, I guess in the middle of his 21st season. Nobody's picking him up. He got traded at the deadline, never had to report. Obviously not the same guy, 40 years old. This is a guy who was, they always said he was 6 foot. I don't think anyone really ever believed it. The guy is one of the all-time greatest overachievers for someone his size and one of the greatest point guards in the history of the NBA. Tell us a little bit about the point guard when you dial it up.
One of the greatest point guards of this era. Two-way point guard could play on anybody defensively. He always was very good at stealing the ball. Great offensive guy that can pass the ball, shoot, do everything right. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. He could have been traded to the Lakers. If he gets traded to the Lakers, he wins multiple championships. He's just had bad luck. Can't stay healthy for the playoffs. When he was finally healthy with Phoenix, they go to the finals and choke in the finals. This guy is the best losing point guard of all time. I'm talking about not winning a championship, but being an elite point guard. Top 5 point guard in my book of all time. You want to tell me who I would take in front of Steph Curry in this era? I'm taking this guy. Two-way, absolutely dominant force. When he was at the top of his game, I don't think there's anybody. Deron Williams was the only guy that was even close to him, and he couldn't even compete with Chris Paul. Just, he does everything. Passes, rebounds for his size, and score. I don't think it's any question. He's a Hall of Famer.
When I first started watching basketball, I always idolized him. He was my favorite non-Knicks player because of the steal streak he had for a while. 100, I believe it was 17 consecutive games he had a steal. And that was always my thing. When I played basketball in middle school, I was always good against stealing.
You played basketball?
I wasn't great, but I'd say I played in a rec league, and I was always good at stealing the ball. So I always idolized him when he was with the Hornets, and then he got traded to the Clippers. He got finally on a good team, and then unfortunately they had Doc Rivers and all as their coach and guys that couldn't shoot. So, like you said, he was unlucky, very unlucky with injuries, but the best defensive point guard in my lifetime, and like you said, one of the best ever that deserves a lot more credit than he does. Is really unlucky. All these naysayers, he hasn't won a championship. Well, yeah, he was not the he was not the problem of why they didn't win the championship. He played with James Harden. He played with other guys that disappeared in the playoffs, and he got hurt a lot. And it was just unfortunate. He's my favorite player that isn't a New York Knicks player in this generation of basketball.
All right, let's get to the next story. This one is just a wonderful one. It's a college football story, Errol. I don't know if you caught any of the Ohio State basketball game, because you don't need to, because they're not very good. They're sitting on the bubble, 16-9 after yet another loss. During the game, announcer Gus Johnson said, well, they're not good because Ohio State gave Ryan Day all the money, claiming that all of the funding for Ohio State athletics goes to the football team, and not nearly enough of it goes to the pretty mediocre basketball product. Errol.
Do you blame him? I mean, Ohio State's one of the best football programs in the country. It's been that way since Day has been there. They're going to invest all their money, all their NIL money into the players that are going to win them championships. And Ohio State, when was the last time they won a basketball championship? I don't remember. So why are you going to take the money and invest the money into a program that's not any good? So I'm not going to argue with Gus. I'm not going to argue with him, but I'm not going to argue why the school is investing in their more political sport, the best sport in their school history, and that's the Buckeyes football program. Slam dunk. Gus is right, but who cares? Ohio State's a championship contending team every year. So that's it. That's all I'm going to say. Sell that, baby.
I think it's hilarious. It's obviously true. You know, Ohio State wants to compete at football. That's what drives the money to the school. People don't realize that there's 5 times the amount of people can go to a football game compared to a college basketball game, right? And how many more home games are they going to have? Probably like a half dozen to a dozen, somewhere in between.
Stop complaining. Stop bitching.
It's just like you're not getting the money. Like the ratios don't work out. And then it's like the off-season stuff. You're still talking about football when it's basketball season. If you're not going to spend on any talent, which they haven't. I mean, what they have, like over the years, was it D'Angelo Russell's the best guy that came out of Ohio State? Him and Evan Turner? Like number 2 picks. I think those are the highest that they've gotten.
Greg Oden was number 1 pick, and he busted in the NBA.
And Mike Conley, right? I guess lasted the longest in the NBA out of all those guys. It was a good player, right? But
next part.
But that's just not like the same caliber as what they do at the top of the food chain there at college football. Sucks to be calling the game, I guess, for Gus Johnson when he knows the team stinks.
Einhorn is a man.
That's why he's supposed to do the Big East tournament.
He should stay with the Big East. You're absolutely right. Let's move on.
Is Einhorn.
And I'm going to bring in our intern to talk about this one. Errol, it finally happened. His airness is now the roadmaster himself. Michael Jordan, his driver, has won the Daytona 500. Tyler Reddick of Michael Jordan's 23XI Racing wins the Daytona 500. You see the picture of Jordan hugging the trophy in the similar way that he hugged the trophy when he won his first title. Obviously, the Great American Race, which happened on Sunday. First, the 68th annual. Now Michael Jordan gets, after suing, by the way, NASCAR and winning a lawsuit only about a month ago.
Yep.
He's able on his turns 63 on Tuesday. His airness gets a Daytona 500 ring for his birthday. He's gonna wear it. He said, I've told it to everybody on Victory Lane. I feels like I've won a championship, but until I get my ring, I won't even know. Obviously, co-owner Denny Hamlin. There was a lot of racers they had on the team. They were in a lot of trouble before this race. I don't really know too much about, NASCAR other than Michael Jordan was a basketball player. It's pretty impressive that after all of this time, he's able to pivot and become a champion in something else, Errol. Dial it up!
The Daytona 500 is like the World Series of, racing. It's one of the most important races of the year, and to see Reddick win and Michael Jordan win another championship, not in basketball. This guy was a GM. This guy was an owner. This guy owns everything. This guy is one of the most successful basketball players, one of the most dominant athletes we've ever seen in any kind of era. And now he's a champion of the Daytona 500. It's a good story. I mean, Michael Jordan is a businessman. He knows how to invest his money. He invested into Reddick. He invested into a very good car. And we'll see what Reddick does for the rest of the year. This is the beginning race of the season. It's always interesting to see who wins the first race, but how is he going to finish? We'll see. But congratulations to Michael Jordan. It's a great story. And Michael Jordan's a guy that obviously I couldn't stand as a basketball player, but I think he's one of the best entrepreneurs we've seen in any kind of era. So congratulations to him.
Go ahead, Zach.
I think I'd like to piggyback off that. I think that was an incredible take. In addition to being now a Daytona 500 champion, Michael Jordan as a team owner, and getting that 45 across victory lane for the second time on a super speedway in the past couple years, Tyler Reddick got really lucky, and you kind of need to have that. He got lucky multiple times in the Daytona 500, the way that the cars are just so close together and rely on the slipstream to not get caught back in dirty air and rely on the draft. Need to be really close. There were a lot of really, really bad wrecks that Tyler Reddick found himself not in. Right there, he was leading in the closing laps, eventually ended up losing the lead, got it back after a wreck that he just shyly missed right in front of him. It was incredible for this group, 2311 Racing, to have all three of their charter cars in the top 10 in the Great American Race. Tyler Reddick in first in the number 45, Riley Herbst in the 8th place position, which that isn't without controversy. Riley Herbst had pushed Tyler Reddick to the lead and then had pretty much taken out all of the cars behind him on accident in a hasty late block. And then Bubba Wallace in the 23 car finished in 10th place. So yeah, all three of those cars, I believe that's the first time that has ever happened where all three 2311 cars had made it into the top 10.
Well,
so incredible weekend for that group.
I will say this. Number 45 was Michael Jordan's number when he came back, and number 23 was his number his whole career. So think about that. 23 and 45 came in the top 10. Spell that, baby.
Where's the 11 come from? Is that the Denny Hamlin part of it?
No, that was his Olympic number. That was I think it was his Olympic number.
That's news to me. That's totally news to me.
I think it was his Olympic number. Was it 9 or was it 9?
I thought it was 9.
It might have
MJ Olympic number. We got to take it out. It is 9. Yeah. It's 9.
Denny Hamlin does run the 11.
That's what it is. They're partners. All right,
yeah,
let's move on.
He had a bad day.
He had a bad day, but the Jordan gets to get his ring, I guess. Good for him. I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more about Michael Jordan's car racing exploits in his retirement.
Can't wait.
But let's talk about him as a player, because former President Barack Obama got some shots in on one of my favorite targets of all time, Reggie Miller. Obama got pulled over to do a sideline interview by Reggie Miller in the middle of All-Star Weekend, which I think it was during one of the preliminary games. And he told him, asked him what his favorite part about the games back in the day, and he always said that, well, I really enjoyed when we beat your team. And when talking about a big Bulls fan, Obama famously is the biggest homer for Michael Jordan and the 90s era Bulls. He still takes his shots, and Reggie Miller tried to play it off, but he did have to deal with it. I kind of really enjoyed that, Errol.
I'm not a Reggie Miller fan. He came from the Pacers, who always, for some reason, was a thorn in the Knicks' ass for many, many years. No question that it was. But I'm going to tell you this. For Barack Obama to make a joke to Reggie Miller about the Bulls, Michael Jordan beat everybody. He beat the Knicks. He beat Utah, whoever he matched up against. So it wasn't just Reggie Miller. It was everybody. So to me, it was just like really shots fired. It really is a low blow. And Reggie Miller probably just smirked. He knows that Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player. I would say the greatest athlete of all time. And to me, an assassin. But it's funny when Barack Obama wants to take a shot at somebody, when he's trying to take a shot at somebody that was great, just wasn't Michael Jordan or even close to Michael Jordan's greatness. It's pathetic. Be quiet, Barack. Keep for your own thing. Keep for the politics. Stay away from me. Stay away from Jordan. We know he's the best. Kiss my ass. And I couldn't stand him too.
Hey, look, I think the brightest side of this, too, because Jordan was a Nick killer as well, too. But no one was, I guess I would say, as annoying as or as much of a thorn, like you said, as someone like Reggie Miller. I mean, look at Reggie Miller. He still has that Nick hate from when he's even announcing games. We saw it the last.
He actually rooted, but believe it or not, I disagree because when the Knicks were playing the Pacers, do you know who he picked to win that series before the series? He picked the Knicks. So
yeah, it was definitely a reverse jinx by him. He's such a piece of garbage. I agree with you, Tommy.
I'm just saying.
I was about to say the same. I was just about to finish up with that. The fact is that, hey, it was shots towards Reggie Miller. So who cares? I'm all right with it. Was it the shots of Reggie Miller? So he can go ahead and choke on that all he wants.
You know, like Halliburton is like the successor to Reggie Miller because he's so annoying too. Like really great, but so annoying.
Almost was
annoying.
a Nick. Almost was a Nick.
Yeah, a lot of great players almost were Knicks, and they weren't. We got one more story left for the night, guys. We've made it, and this one is as dumb as you'd expect it to be. We're going to college basketball. Miami of Ohio is the only undefeated Division I team left, and their head coach, powered by their fan section of Speedo-wearing swimmers that are male swimmers that distract the foul shots in their skibbies. The head coach said he is going to wear a Speedo during Selection Sunday if and when they go undefeated 34-0 into the dance. Errol, something that you would do? Dial it up!
First of all, if I'm going to do it, I'm not going to say it on national television or say it to the media. I mean, it's cool if you want to wear Speedo because it gives them good luck. I mean, I've never heard that before. I'm going to wear my Speedo. It's going to give me good luck. I'd probably walk naked around my house if I'm trying to win something because at least I have it dangling to the ground or something. I honestly think this is the most ridiculous take by a head coach. And what does that say to a bunch of 12, 13 guys on my team? I'm trying to coach. Hey, guys, you know what? It'll give me good luck. It'll give us good luck. Wear your Speedo. It's just ridiculous. But, hey, you want to laugh? You want to make a joke? Hey, I'll walk around naked. Like I said, balls low to the ground. That's it. And maybe I can bounce them on the ground. I mean, as you get older, they start to hang. So why not?
Like in that one episode of South Park.
There you go. I hang. What is that? How low can you go? How low can you go? You know.
The only thing I can say about this one is you really, as a coach, want to do things to get kids to buy in. It just so unfortunately happened for this coach that the kids are buying in quite a strange way. That is not what I would want to have to deal with if I was the coach. That's kind of creepy.
Hey, maybe, I mean, think about it. And you can shut the music. I'll say this. I'm not a Miami, Ohio fan. I haven't watched them really play any basketball all season long. I watched Duke. I've watched about 15 games of Duke this year. Not full games, but most of them. Most of the time watching those games. But I've seen enough basketball and college basketball to know that nobody gives a crap where Miami, Ohio is going to land or what part of the bracket they're going to land because they're not a bad team, but they're not winning anything. I mean, come on. So I'm interested to see how Houston and where Houston falls in the bracket because to me, if I was the Duke Blue Devils, I do not want to play them at any point during the tournament because they got their number. And Shire has done enough for me. And I was talking to a bunch of Duke fans yesterday about this. And I was speaking to the guy that runs that Knicks program, and shout out to Karan and his beautiful girlfriend, Maxine. We were talking about the Duke Blue Devils. He's a Duke fan. I'm a Duke fan. So we have something in common. We were speaking about what do we fear on the Duke Blue Devils. I fear everything because Coach Shire is running that organization. He's running that program. That scares me enough that he can't finish the deal and close out in games. His play calling is some of the worst I've ever seen. So, and he says, you don't like Shire. I was like, how do you not like Shire? I was like, he stinks. And I don't know if Duke will ever win a championship with all the talent that they had. Look at the talent that they had last year. They have Cooper Flagg And they have the two best players right now up for Rookie of the Year, and they couldn't win a national championship. And by the way, all those Houston players, none of them are even playing in the NBA right now. Think about that. Think about that. And they got two superstars that are as good as any rookie we've seen come out of the draft in the last 10 years. So.
Jamie Lee firing back in the comment section. Nah, Tar Heels over here, Errol.
Don't worry, my friend. The Tar Heels will be eating balls.
Wait, Jamie Lee, weren't you the same person that wanted your own coach fired too?
Yeah, well, listen, if I want to dip something, I'll use my I'll teabag the Tar Heels after the Duke Blue Devils wipe the floor with them. They still have they got the championship, the ACC championship, so they can meet up in the ACC championship. So I expect that to happen. So Duke will wash the floor. By the way, they have a great player. North Carolina's a great player right now. Is top Wilson, 5 player. Yeah, Wilson's going to be a nice player in the NBA too. So this is a great draft, man. A great draft. So I'm interested to argue who goes 1, 2, and 3, but I'm going to tell you this right now. Whoever drafts 1, if they don't draft Cam Boozer, they're making a huge mistake. I'm telling you, this kid is the real deal. The BYU kid's cool. The Kansas kid's cool. Even, the North Carolina kid is cool. But I've watched these guys play, and I've watched Cam play. Cam is getting double teamed, and he's still averaging 20-something points a game and almost 10 rebounds a game. And this guy can pass, defend multiple positions. He's as good as any. He's better than Cooper Flagg is. And that's crazy for me to say because I've been following Cooper Flagg for a while, since 8th grade. He's better than Cooper Flagg is as a young player. So I'm telling you right now. And if Dallas gets him, could you imagine Cooper Flagg and Cam Boozer in Dallas?
That would be the ultimate, let's gift you guys a franchise. You're the worst GM ever.
I could see it. I could see it happening. Mark Cuban buying the team back, baby.
Yeah, Cuban buys it back. It's a big conspiracy, and we can figure out how Silver arranged that one as the next big conspiracy of the league,
Anyways, thank you to our very special guest, Las Vegas Raiders running back, Dylan Laube, for joining us. He was fantastic. Speedy, get his number. I'm going to get them linked up, him and Chris Collier, and we'll get them out here to talk to some kids. So thank you to Mr. Laube for joining us. Thank you to all the fans tuning in, all the new fans, all the old fans. I know the YouTube channel is we put this out there because we want people to watch our show live, and every fan that tunes in or goes into our scope to see us, we're trying to figure out the algorithm on the YouTube channel. Our Spotify and Apple is killing it right now. We're doing so friggin' well. We're in a top 1 percentile in all of the country when it comes to a show. So thank you to the Spotify fans, and as far as the audio and the video, for following us. Our TikTok fans, Job in the Mouth. You can check us out on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network too, because Speedy ruined that one when he stopped posting up things on TikTok for like 3 months. We were doing so well, and now he stopped doing it, and it screwed up our TikTok. We might as well even close that out because it's not doing nearly as well as it was when it first was popping and really doing very, standing out. So I blame that on Speedy again, ladies and gentlemen. Instagram, Facebook, Worldwide Sports Radio Network, X, Job in the Mouth, all the fans that tune in and follow us. We really appreciate you guys. We really do. We love you guys, and keep listening to us. We got a lot of things planned out. We are going to do a live show at American Whiskey, maybe Carmine's in the very near future. So just stay tuned. I'm bringing in a high school product out to Long Island called the Long Island Mouth, which will be out soon, our website. So stay tuned for that. All the high school kids that are tuning in or even watching us right now, you're going to see us in a high school near you. That's all I can say. All of us are going to be involved with the product. So a lot to get into in the very near future, and we appreciate you guys. And by the way, shout out to Jabba Cart. Hopefully he pitched very well. Jabba should be back on Thursday. We're shooting for. So a lot of great things happening for Jabba and the Mouth. Thank you to our interns, all the great interns that popped on today. We really love them, and all the work that Zoot and Dylan, all these guys. I don't even, they pop in and pop out. So I'm trying to figure Zach, all of them. Thank you. Tom, that's who it meant. Tyron, all the guys and girls.
And a new intern that you invented named Dylan.
There you go. Maybe I'm Dylan. Maybe I'm I'm walking in a third person. That's my third guy, baby. Wipe it and swipe it, as we all say. Speedy, you know how to bend over.
No. Wiping it is Jabba's department because he has to use his dude wipes.
That's right. But, I want to leave it to this.
A lot of hot ladies. I'm putting you on a leash now.
Anyways, we will be back on Thursday. Speedy, who do we have?
Well, Jabba better be back on Thursday because we have a Husker coming out on Thursday.
Huskers only.
Yes, 8:30 p.m. Joining us is former Seahawks, Packers, and Houston Texans running back Amon Green.
Awesome.
Huskers only. Huskers only.
By the way, thank you to Nith for getting us all these guests. He is sensational. He's doing such a great job on the back end. Our PR manager, he's hopefully not playing with himself. He doesn't have anything on the wall, so I'm thinking that he's maybe in a jail cell or something. I don't know what he's doing over there. But I like he sent us a picture of his sofa and his nice little, television, his big television and all set up. It's like the only thing in that room. Nothing's on the wall. There's no pictures. Why don't you have a picture of Lisa Ann on the wall? I mean, that would be nice. I mean, all that stuff. It would be beneficial for you to. Oh, there it is. Maybe a Shador Sanders picture. Maybe him wearing a Speedo or something like that. That would be cool. A San Francisco 49ers, Speedo, because he might be the fourth string quarterback before you know it over there. Like Kyle Shanahan or whoever's going to be coaching that team in the near future. Might be
Deion Sanders at this rate.
Deion Sanders. No, but here we go.
No.
Oh, there it is. There he is.
And a gin and tonic.
When the moon eats the eye, like
gin and tonic and chicken
pizza
curry.
Pie, that's amore. Right? There you go. Little old Nith has lost his, whatever. Anyways, that's it for our show. Gotta go. Tired. Running away. See you Thursday. Good night.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio